I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Steve. Julie, please.
Ms. Brissette,
Yes.
Mr. Dracos,
Yes.
Ms. Flaherty,
Yes.
McQuiston,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Weedman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to Superintendent Evaluation Training, and I'll turn that over to you, Ben, to lead us off.
Sure, thank you. We had talked at a previous board meeting about the fact that 3 members hadn't been trained in the Townsend Blaha tool and talked about doing a refresher, and so appreciate everybody agreeing to that. Today we have Scott Corba and Jeremy Chisholm, I believe is how you say the last name. But they will be working through the tool with you. We have set aside about an hour to do this training, and then we'll have a break at about 4 o'clock and then move into the other sections of our meeting tonight. So I'll turn it over to Scott and Jeremy. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Glad to-
I think I have the ability to pull up the presentation. Is that correct? I will see if I can screen share here.
Give it a go, Scott.
Let's go for it. All right. Let me see. I always struggle with getting these things started. You can just go to Ron. All right. Is everyone seeing the presentation at this point? Looks like it. All right. We'll be running through some slides with you and certainly giving you a refresher for those board members who have already received the training or some training, perhaps in the past couple years, as well as, you know, obviously this is brand new for a handful of you as well. And Jeremy, I don't know if you want to provide a little bit background on our firm prior to getting into the materials.
We can definitely do that. So our firm represents law school or represents schools across the state. So that's what our lawyers do. And we are working with boards of education and superintendents on a daily basis. And it's in that context that when the law changed a few years ago, clients started to come to us and ask us to help because they weren't satisfied with the tools that were commercially available at the time for providing superintendent feedback in a growth way. And we think we would have been able to satisfy that need with the tool we're going to share with you today. I know some of you have seen this before, but for those that haven't, it is intended to be oriented towards growth and to help have boards and superintendents have a healthy conversation about their goals and achieving those goals in a good and meaningful way. Like I said, we think we've been able to do that. We've been validated by the fact that as of today, about a quarter of the schools in Michigan have started using some version of our tool. And we don't sell it. We just spread it by word of mouth. So it seems to be working well for people. So hopefully you can have had a good experience with it so far. And hopefully through a brief training refresher today, we can get everybody feeling comfortable with using this in a helpful and beneficial way.
All right. So some basic legal notices. Here's a quick overview of kind of what we're going to cover. We will provide a brief background, and this will perhaps be a little bit more important to those of you, for those of you who are newer to the board, but a little bit of background on the statutory framework, essentially why we're here, what the statute requires of us. We'll then go into a little bit more background on the development of the tool, and we say tools in a lot of places because we also developed a school administrator tool that's very similar in many respects, but also, of course, differs based on the different job responsibilities there. And then we'll get into kind of the nuts and bolts of the tool and how it's implemented, which is, you know, probably the most important aspect of the presentation. As we move along, if you have any questions or you know, want to discuss something further, feel free to interrupt us. We can do this conversationally. It doesn't need to be us just kind of up here lecturing to you the whole time. So feel free. Initially, we'll just go through the statutory framework. Basically, everything that you are dealing with here today can be mapped back to section 1249B of the revised school code. It basically lays out a whole bunch of statutorily required, a whole bunch of different requirements for school administrator and superintendent evaluations. We'll go through kind of a quick outline of what exactly it says. In terms of who must be evaluated, what it specifically says is if you're a building administrator, you need to be evaluated. And also if you're a central office administrator regularly involved in instructional matters, that would include the superintendent. So it covers basically most of your, or all of your building administrators, this section of the code does, as well as superintendents. What it indicates specifically about superintendents is that superintendents must be evaluated by the school board. So this is statutorily required that you as a board evaluate the superintendent. In terms of how frequently those evaluations must occur, generally, the superintendent must be evaluated annually. There is a caveat or an exception to that if the superintendent's been rated highly effective on 3 consecutive evaluations. You can move to biennial, once every 2-year evaluations. And ultimately, the evaluation has to result in an evaluation rating, one of those 4 things that you see there at the bottom, ranging from highly effective all the way down to ineffective. The other thing I'll note, so that same standard would apply to building and other central office administrators, as well as there's a separate section of the code that applies most of the same standards to teachers as well. So teachers throughout the district are also required to get annual evaluations, and they also must be receive one of these rating labels at the end of each year.
Scott?
Yeah.
Back on that slide, is it ever, if a district were to get to the maybe conducted every 2 years of highly effective on 3 consecutive annual evaluations, is that then in every other year infinitum, or is there something that would cause you to go back to a yearly?
Yes. So if you at any point then essentially you would go back to annual evaluations if any of those biennial evaluations resulted in anything but a highly effective rating. So it would kind of just trigger you to go back to the normal general standard, which is annual evaluations. In terms of, and Jeremy, feel free to interrupt. You can certainly take any of this stuff that you want. In terms of kind of the major structure of the evaluations, what the statute says is there are 3 basic parts. One is you have to incorporate student growth and assessment data. 2, you have to measure performance using an evaluation tool. That's the focus of this presentation today. That's what we'll be kind of focusing on, is how to use the evaluation tool we've developed. And then there are also some statutory, we call them other statutory criteria. There are specific things listed out in the statute that need to be incorporated into superintendent evaluations as well. Again, we're just providing a brief overview at this point before we get into the tool more specifically. In terms of student growth and assessment data, that data must comprise 40% of the overall evaluation. This is written into the law. It's been 25% in prior years, kind of flip-flop back and forth for a couple years, but we have arguably some stability for now at 40% of the overall evaluation. That is the same standard across other administrators as well as teachers. In terms of how that student growth and assessment data is measured for building administrators and on up to central office, essentially what you do is you take the aggregate data, student growth and assessment data used for teacher evaluations within that administrator's purview. So if we're looking at the building level, it's the student growth and assessment data used for teachers within the building. Obviously, the focus of today is on superintendent evaluations. So basically, it's what you need to do is aggregate student growth data for teachers from across the entire district, and that's what's going to be reflected in that 40% of the superintendent's evaluation. Not the focus of this presentation today, but it is an important piece that will come into that does ultimately need to be factored in at the end of the evaluation process.
That's one thing that I would simply briefly note here. is that a lot of schools are devoting a significant amount of attention in starting around now, but on an annual basis, particularly as we still are working out how to manage COVID. A lot of schools are spending time on how you measure and what matrices do we use and how do we curve and things like that. As Scott said, we're not talking about that today. The number, that 40%, will be what it will be. But if you have questions or you need help on working on how you calculate that another time, we do help schools with that quite a bit, and it's an important topic. But today we're focusing on that tool portion. How do we actually measure the performance based on conversations about goals, as opposed to that student growth data, which comes in separately.
So, as Jeremy and I said, the student growth and assessment piece does need to be incorporated 40% of the overall evaluation. Now, as we turn to the remaining 60%, that remaining 60% has to be based primarily on performance as measured by the performance evaluation tool. The statute gives districts a number of options as to what kind of tool they can use. There are a number of state-approved tools, essentially commercial off-the-shelf tools that were around when the statute was enacted. It also gives us the opportunity to modify one of those tools or to develop a local tool. What we are using and what we developed in coordination with some of our clients and education stakeholders, administrators, board members, etc. What we developed is considered a local tool. One of the things that you are specifically required to do, and the real reason we're here, is that you must receive training on the evaluation tool, both the individual who's being evaluated as well as those performing the evaluation. The statute specifies that you must be trained in order to use the tool. There are a number of things that you're required to post online for purposes of establishing kind of the foundation of the tool. And what we do for this particular tool is we basically hand you or email you as a district a PDF that satisfies all of these requirements. So it's posted online. Anybody, full transparency, anybody can come and view all the background on the tool, the research base, the evidence of reliability, validity, and efficacy, the whole framework, and all the specifics. So that is required to be posted online, and that's something we provide you. I mentioned the last little piece is statutory criteria. What the statute basically says is that the portion of the tool that's not otherwise covered by those other areas, the 40% student growth or the remaining portion based on the performance evaluation tool, has to be based on these statutory criteria. We list them out here. We'll go into a little bit more detail on how we recommend that you incorporate those into the evaluation tool as we get into the last section of our presentation. So I won't necessarily get into that at this point. So that's kind of a brief overview of what the statute says. If you ever do want to look into it further, as I said, 1249B of the Revised School Code, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it's there available for you if you'd like to read it. Now we're going to get into a little bit of background on the development of the superintendent evaluation tool. Kind of our opportunity to show our work a little bit in advance of getting into the actual tool. Jeremy, you want me to cover this part, or you want to go?
Well, we can probably both cover some points on this, but what we like our clients to understand is that where we came from. Some people might be wondering, why were lawyers the ones working on this as opposed to PhD students or something like that doing a project? And the reason is, again, we work with schools every day. That's all our practice is working with and representing schools. And when the law changed to require the current framework of evaluations, as Scott mentioned on the last slide, there were two at the time, commercially available tools that were pre-approved by the state. The state said, you can go and use these, no question asked. Don't worry about it. And so people did. They were available, they were on the shelf, and they were pre-approved. And so no muss, no fuss. And what we heard back from our clients almost immediately was perhaps somewhat paradoxical, but two chief complaints, which were two sides of the same coin. One was that the tools took far too long for training and they took far too long to implement, that you would spend hours and hours and hours in board meetings going over training, that you'd spend hours and hours sitting and trying to put together a spreadsheet of measuring different tiny little pieces of detail about a superintendent, and that this was cumbersome. And then on the flip side of that, that because these were all what we call list-based tools. You had a list of criteria, 132 components, 72 components, whatever the case might be, and you got a check mark or an X or a score next to each one of those. That when you averaged all of those at the end, your superintendent up as a 3.7 or whatever, a number. And you look at each other and say, well, what is that good? You know, I guess it's better than 3.0. But the problem that clients were having is that it didn't seem meaningful. They didn't feel like the boards had good feedback about how is the superintendent doing on our goals, and the superintendents didn't feel like they had good guidance about what does the board actually want us to be focused on at this point in time. And in the meantime, you were spending all of this time working on things. So our touchstone, when we sat down and studied this, which we studied for about 2 years before we developed this tool and did the research to support it. But when we set out to do that initial research work, our goal was something that would be simple to use and actually meaningful in terms of the communication between the superintendent and the board. Because this is not just meant to be some sort of gotcha where you end up at the end of the year and you're whatever your number is, and that's good or bad or indifferent. It should be oriented towards growth, and that means talking to each other. And so that was the foundational premise of our entire approach to starting this tool. And again, we think we've accomplished this. So go ahead, Scott, if there's a few other points that you wanted to cover.
Yeah, no, I think you covered most of it. You know, as Jeremy said, one of the chief complaints was the notion that it was just overcomplicated and too lengthy and everything like that. I guess the only additional piece I would mention is that was something that the state actually warned us against for what it's worth. You know, a handful of years ago, there was a Michigan Council on Educator Effectiveness that was created. And basically they looked at educator evaluations statewide and even beyond that to try and develop, or what they ultimately came out with was a whole bunch of recommendations. And one of the things they said was, you don't want too much, you don't want it to be too complicated. You don't want too many components or subcomponents. You're going to lose sight of the forest for the trees a little bit. And so they recommended a simple, flexible approach. And that was really, you know, a big part of what we attempted to develop in coordination with our, you know, the educators that we worked with as well. So yeah, this kind of outlines some of those, the things that we were setting out to achieve and that we've gotten good feedback on. Jeremy touched on this a little bit in terms of the tool's actual development. We did a whole bunch of research on this initially. We did a 50-state review of tools, including the domains, which are kind of the high-level categories that you're measuring, as well as the rubric language, which is very kind of more specific and granular in nature. We reviewed underlying education research about educator evaluations. We reviewed the professional standards for education leaders. There are 10 of those. You may know them. They're formerly the ISLIC standards. And ultimately what we ended up with was a tool that's aligned with those rubrics and what you're seeing in many of the other states. It's aligned with the underlying education research, and it's aligned with those professional standards as well. Here's just a quick chart showing what those 10 professional standards, essentially compiled by a group of, or a variety of different educator groups, secondary school administrators, elementary school administrators, other educators in the field as well. And these are those standards that they suggested should ultimately kind of lend themselves to an effective administrator. We took those 10 standards and we were trying to figure out, okay, what's an appropriate amount of, you know, domains? How many areas should we be measuring or ask boards to measure superintendents in? And we kind of plotted out what other states were doing and found, as you can see, that the sweet spot, the median, I guess it would be, is right there at 6 domains. So we set out to take those 10 professional standards, work them into 6 domains ultimately. And that's what you have before you. The tool, the performance evaluation tool, covers 6, we'll call them primary domains, and then There's an additional one for statutory factors. It's listed as optional. We'll explain why that is as we go through it a little bit more. But essentially, we work down from those 10 and work them into six domains, 6 categories for you to rate the superintendent on. All right, so in terms of the actual structure of the tool, and this will make more sense as we go through it, we have those high-level categories, the domains. We sometimes call them components, sometimes domains. Hopefully it's not confusing to you, but essentially we just mean those big categories. Each of those is going to correlate back to one or more of those professional standards that I mentioned. What we ask you to do, and we'll get into this and emphasize it a number of additional times, I'm sure, we ask you as the evaluators, the board, to provide a rating for each of the domains as you work through the tool. Essentially, you're just providing a rating, one of those 4 rating labels that we mentioned, anywhere from ineffective to highly effective on each of those domains as you work through the tool. We don't ask you to provide a rating or a numerical value or a check mark or anything else in any of these other pieces, essentially. Anything else that fills out what the domain is. We're just asking you to rate at that high level domain level. Within domains, you'll notice there are performance indicators. Essentially, they just provide a greater, more detailed explanation for what each domain is measuring. Again, we note that you're not rating each performance indicator. You're not going line by line and assigning a numerical value to those things or anything like that. In that way, this tool differs from some of the other ones that are out there. And then we have behavioral examples or illustrative behaviors. What those are showing is the types of behaviors that may suggest a particular rating. And again, you are not asked to rate those as you go through the tool. You're only providing a rating at the domain, the high level domain or component. And then we note that there's also space on the tool itself for comments. Those can be used for you in terms of your note taking as an individual or potentially for the board as a whole. All right, so we've gone through the statutory framework, we've gone through a little bit of background on the tool, and now we're going to get into the actual tool and how it's implemented at this point. Certainly, if you have questions, like I said, feel free to interrupt us. Jeremy, you want me to do instructions?
Well, what I'd like to, yeah, you can cover a lot of it, Scott, but what I'd like to give the context for is, again, and forgive me if I sound repetitious, it's by design, because we want certain key concepts to really stick, that the tool is designed to foster a conversation so that there's no surprise at the end of the year for either the board or the superintendent. And to do that, the first thing that you see that we suggest here is that the board and superintendent should meet, we would say, earlier the better, sooner than later, should meet to talk about what their goals are. Because what we've given you in this tool, as you'll see, or you've seen if you looked ahead already at the materials, but what we're going to walk through is enough context, enough structure that you can have a meaningful conversation that is reasonably related back to those 10 recognized nationally normed standards for education leaders. You're not just talking. There's some structure to the conversation and some guidance that we provide you in the rubric language for what to look for. But the key, though, is that it is adaptable by you as needed. And so if the superintendent suggests to the board, I really think we should focus on X, Y, or Z this year, that's okay. You're going to talk about how does that fit within the tool that we have and what sort of information is the superintendent going to provide to demonstrate the growth that he's talked about and identified as an area that needs to be worked on. Conversely, the same way, if the board says there's certain priorities at this point in time, the obvious one for everybody right now is COVID, which has its own little bit of context as far as rubrics and measurement go, which I wanted to touch on as well. That if you have specific things that are important this year or they're important next year, you can do that. You can adapt the tool to make it meet your needs. It's not just a fixed list of the same 132 items or whatever the number of items might be. And that's the key difference between this and any other tool that might be pulled off of the shelf somewhere, is that we have not taken a model of a statistically superior superintendent that's modeled in a lab somewhere and said that gives us our list. And then you just tick off the boxes and see how close he comes to the model. We recognize that doesn't really reflect the needs of and the realities of school districts. And so we've given you, again, enough structure to have that conversation meaningfully, but it's adaptable to your needs. A quick note on what that means in terms of the time that we're all dealing with right now. I hate to use the word unprecedented. It's been used too much already, but it's true. And that's why it's been used so much. It is something that none of us anyway have lived through before, having to adapt and manage through a situation like this before. So we have suggested that during the course of the current school year, and for as long as the board feels that we're managing this crisis and that we're not, quote unquote, back to normal, that it is appropriate to offer the superintendent opportunities to show leadership in managing that problem, as opposed to saying we're going to have a specific list of targets that we want to see specific matrices on. You can, and most boards do or did before the most recent year and a half of school at this point in time. You would have a 5-year plan or a student growth plan or whatever the case might be. We're labeled different ways. And we'd say we'd like to see measurable growth on these areas. And here's how we're going to measure it. And that's okay. It's not wrong. But we have suggested that in the current reality, that working with and recognizing that reality, that the superintendent might be devoting a disproportionate amount of time, relatively speaking, to solving the crisis that is real, the COVID situation and how we manage that. And so looking for ways to demonstrate and offer the ability for the superintendent to demonstrate growth in those areas is very appropriate, and it fits within the tool. Because again, it's not a list based on some laboratory model. You can do that legitimately. You can talk about this year at this point in time in this school district, what are we looking for? And we suggest it's an appropriate thing to think about. So, but go ahead, Scott, as far as the more details of the instructions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just to kind of using that as a jumping off point, essentially, getting into the instructions, what Jeremy's talking about is just making sure everyone's on the same page, which we recommend to do as early on in the process as possible. This training is even part of that process to some degree to, again, go over what the evaluation is going to be measuring and what categories the board's going to be considering for those purposes. But essentially just make sure everyone's on the same page, the board and the superintendent, so it's not a big gotcha at the end of the year when, the board undertakes the evaluation. That's really what we're trying to get at in number one there. Number two, and all those sub points essentially just talks about how you actually review the tool and kind of prepare in advance of the evaluation meeting. What we recommend is that before you have the actual evaluation, each board member is given an opportunity to basically go through the evaluation tool, which again, we're doing a little bit here today, but certainly to organize their own thoughts by going through the evaluation tool, perhaps taking notes or whatever it might be to help organize their own thoughts or understanding of how the superintendent may be performing in various areas, and then essentially just get ready to have that evaluation meeting. One of the things that we note in here that some boards do, but it's not a mandatory thing, in terms of when you're going to have the evaluation meeting, which is essentially just going to be a conversation between the board, the superintendent, to kind of work through the evaluation tool and his performance together. Some boards, it's something that can be useful, choose to have individual members submit their kind of written thoughts in advance to the board president as an opportunity not to deliberate anything in advance or anything like that, but to allow the board president to facilitate that conversation once you get to the evaluation meeting, just to kind of streamline the process a little bit. Again, not something that we require you to do, but something that many boards find helpful. Essentially, and we can kind of skip ahead to number three. Once you come together to perform the actual evaluation, that has to be done at a board meeting. There are two options for where that can be done. And we talk about this in, I think, numbers 3 and 4 there. That can be done at either an open session or a closed session at the superintendent's request. The Open Meetings Act allows that as a reason to go into closed session for purposes of periodic personnel evaluations. And again, that is triggered by the request of the individual being evaluated. What I will say is that the vast majority of superintendents and boards that we work with, the vast majority of superintendents, I should say, choose to do that in a closed session in order to kind of facilitate, some additional frank discussion about performance. Getting into 4 and a little bit into 5 as well. Once you're in that meeting, essentially what we ask you to do is work through each of the components together, having a conversation and a dialogue about how you perceive the superintendent to be performing in those areas, and working towards a consensus in each of those areas as to the superintendent's performance. As you move through each component, you assign an effectiveness rating. We've touched on those a little bit so far, ranging from ineffective, minimally effective, effective, or highly effective. You form a consensus as to that rating for each of the components. And then you work through the tool, and ultimately, once you've worked through each of those components, there are some certain calculations that you have to do at the end. We'll walk you through those as part of this training process. And then number 6, I would note that you are required legally to return to an open session in order to adopt the overall evaluation rating. So you can work through, have that whole discussion, work through the tool, make those calculations. The action of the board needs to be taken at an open session. So you would return to an open session in the event you've done everything up to this point in a closed session, and then you can adopt it through a vote, a motion by the board. So that's kind of a general overview of process. We will get into kind of each of the individual components at this point, if there aren't any questions.
Okay, so we will we'll go through each of the components in some detail, but we'll spend a little bit more time on the first component, just getting familiar with the layout, because they are all laid out the same way. And so once you have a sense of the structure of what's on the page, we won't need to repeat that part as we go through the remaining components as well. In the upper left, we're going to have what the component is with a brief 1 or 2 sentence description of it. Below that, performance indicators. Performance indicators, and I'll just digress for 10 seconds maybe. We mentioned we did a 50-state survey and read every other tool that everybody uses across the country for how they measure their superintendents and how do they orient back to those 10 standards for education leaders. And what we are able to do, because again, Michigan doesn't have a Michigan tool. We don't have a Michigan model for how to do this. What we were able to do is pull the language, pull the ideas really, from states that have been doing this a long time, have good bodies of longitudinal data to support their work, and have been doing this effectively over that time period. We could pull their language and offer it to you here for consideration to shape your conversation. So a couple things to remember about performance indicators. They do not get a grade. There's no evaluation score assigned to them. You don't have to put a check mark. You don't have to put a 1 through 4, anything like that. These performance indicators are there to help you flesh out your own thoughts about what should we be looking for? What sorts of ideas do we mean when we say visionary leadership? And where these have come from are not just Scott and Jeremy drinking coffee in the office in the morning and saying what sounds good to us for a superintendent. These are ideas that are measured and have been mapped back to those 10 professional leadership standards by states that have already been doing this. Because again, Michigan is a little behind the curve as a state on that. One of the only remaining states that doesn't have a statewide model for how we do this. And so we've been able to pull that and offer it to you here. So remember, they don't get grades. There's no score that goes on there. They are there to help you shape your conversation, but they're not just random ideas. These are meaningful ideas from states that have been doing this work for a long time already. And so you look at those. The second thing to say about performance indicators is this is not an exhaustive universe of things you can look for, or a list of ideas or a list of goals by any means. If you need to have a 1.6 one year, that's fine. We're completely okay. You can do that within the shape of this tool, so long as, again, that key that we've repeated a few different times, you're on the same page to begin with. As long as the superintendent and the board both understand we need to talk about 1.6 within leadership this year, that's okay. You can do that. You can adapt the tool to your needs at this point in time. Same thing if I just pick a random number, 1.3 at this point in time, probably not 3, because we all have to use data. But if you're looking at one of these components and you say 1 point whatever doesn't seem as meaningful at this point in time, that's okay, because it's not a list where you have to put a check by everything. You don't have to put a check by anything. Again, the key is that you have that conversation about what are the priorities early with the superintendent, so that at the end of the year, when you get together and say, how did we do on the goals, that there's no surprises at that point in time. So no scoring, not an exhaustive list, but these are meaningful ideas that have come from places that have been doing this work for some time already. Then on the right of each domain, or component, you're going to see 4 columns, which we call the illustrative behaviors. These are, again, for your reference. Nothing gets a score. There's no check marks put by the bullet points, anything like that. But these are to help flesh out for you a little bit if you're not sure. If you said, well, I understand what the goals were. I know what we're looking for as far as indicators went for categories of ideas, but I'm not sure if what we're seeing is effective or highly effective, or hopefully not one of the other categories. What would I be looking for? That's what the information in the table, the columns on the right, is for, is to say, again, pulling these rubrics, this measurement language from states that have been doing this work for some time. What would we expect somebody who's demonstrating in this component, visionary leadership, what would we expect effective leadership to look like? Look in the effective column. What would we expect highly effective leadership to look like? Look in the highly effective column. Again, this is not a model that you're measuring against. It's not getting scored, but it's there to help give you an idea of where you think you might land if you're not sure already in your own mind, in your own conversations you've had, where you might land. This is designed to guide you to a good, healthy landing place. Quick note, again, before we walk through the actual component, the actual detail. This is still applicable to all the components. Quick note about distinguishing effective from highly effective. One way that you could do that, not illegal, not wrong, but we haven't chosen to utilize this. But one way you could do that is just score it like we are all accustomed to being graded on a test. 0 through 100, a B is 80 and an A is 90, or whatever your curve is, right? And you draw your cut lines across. And so highly effective is just kind of more than the effective. That's not illegal. It's not wrong. But what we've suggested, what you'll discern, and so I'm just going to lay it on the table so you don't have to discern it, in terms of our concept here and the rubrics that we pulled from the other states that have been working on this, is what really distinguishes highly effective leadership in this case, or any of the other components, from just barely effective. Is effective means you're covering the bases, you're getting it done, and you're basically competent. That's good. You got to be that. Highly effective, we're looking for behaviors that grow the organization. So you're pulling along the people that work for you and work with you. You're growing their capacities. You're developing the programs beyond what they were at this point in time. So rather than just a competent plus, which again, not illegal, you can do competent plus if you want to. But what we're suggesting is look for behaviors that are modeled that show this growth, that the superintendent is really growing the organization and the people around him as well, if that makes sense. Any questions before we kind of dive into the actual content of this slide?
I have a question.
Yeah.
You touched on the fact that there is the potential for a district or the board to modify some of the, I guess it's more the performance indicators, given certain situations, and perhaps this year is the year where that would be pretty appropriate. We've not done that before in the past, but we also are unique in Lake Orion that we have a superintendent evaluation committee. Mm-hmm. And I know that's unique because I've asked in other places at MASB and yep. I've yet to meet another district that does this, but that would fall in line with something that this committee would take a look at as they work in conjunction with the superintendent. And evaluating goals. Is that something the board would decide? Would the superintendent have input on that? What does that look like?
We think it would be healthy to have the superintendent have input on that. Because again, while the board is tasked with adopting what the tool is, and it is your role as the elected leaders to set the targets. I mean, they're the high level policy decisions are why in the political theory we operate in, that's why the board's elected, is to reflect the values of the community, to set the high level priorities. And then it's the superintendent's your chief executive. He's the one who's supposed to figure out how to make that happen and to lead the organization to make that happen. So I would say it would be appropriate for the superintendent to have input if you were going to talk about expanding that. Certainly baseline awareness early in the process. You'd never want to get to a circumstance where the committee had said, we're going to identify these things, and the superintendent didn't hear about it till that last meeting where you're doing the evaluation. So at the very least, would need to be informed. But we think it's healthy to make that, again, part of the conversation, because the superintendent reflects the opposite side of the coin of your leadership. He operationalizes that on a daily basis. And so he knows where the friction is, so to speak. And so you're pulling input from the community and saying at a high level, high altitude perspective, community is looking for this in terms of what we're looking for a goal and for a growth. Superintendent's telling you, here's ways we can do that. Here's the areas there's friction or drag on that idea. And so having it as a conversation makes a lot of sense. Did it answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
The other thing, and if I could just interject, the other thing I would note is the tool is designed to be flexible enough as written that you can take into account things that aren't necessarily written in black letter law on the paper. So if there's something based on your understanding of the particular component that's appropriate to take into account for that particular component, don't feel so beholden to what you have on the written down on the tool that you can't take those into account. For example, you won't see the COVID-19 pandemic reflected anywhere in the actual tool, but there are appropriate places to take into account, for example, under this component, which I know we haven't really talked about the substance of yet, to take into account some of the planning that's gone into the COVID-19 pandemic, or some of the communication that's been required, or community relations that would impact other components. So the tool is designed to be flexible enough to where you can take things into account, whether they're written down here or not, as long as they appropriately fit under that particular component, if that makes sense.
That's a good point, Scott. I'm glad you pointed that out. So if you're talking about leadership and you say there's something we'd like to see for leadership, it doesn't have, I suggested you can write a 1.6. I use that as kind of a verbal shorthand. You don't have to literally write it down as 1.6, as long as you and the superintendent are on the same page of understanding that that is something that you're considering within the context of leadership at this point. So let's look at this component, the visionary leadership component. So and I'm not going to read all of these on here. I trust that you can do that, but on each slide, we'll probably just read the description, what the component actually is, and then talk a little bit about some of the key points. So as the district's educational leader, the superintendent must articulate a strong vision for continuous improvement throughout the school district. The standard evaluates the superintendent's focus on shaping the district's culture of teaching and learning and setting high expectations for students and staff. So that can cover a lot. That does cover a lot. This is one in particular where reflecting on the reality of the year that you're in, this year and the most recent year past, leadership is going to perhaps be demonstrated in a lot of different ways than we would have expected before anybody knew what COVID was. And we all had our 5-year plans and said, these are the pegs we're looking to hit and the direction we want the arrows to go, or something like that. That was the model everybody understood. Leadership in this time is going to evolve, probably demonstrating measured flexibility that produces good results because there's been a need for a lot of flexibility. And so we don't have a bullet point on here that says, demonstrates flexibility as appropriate to produce good results. But that's something that's important to think about when we're talking about an environment that you're operating in that has a lot of change, a lot of lack of the stability that education traditionally has. 5-year plans usually work out okay in the public education model, and that's why people utilize them. And this year, that's all been disrupted. And so think about, when we're talking about leading the organization, think about the context and make sure that you and the superintendent have a mutual understanding of what that means at this point in time. So I will note 1.3, using data to identify goals and assess organizational effectiveness. That is something that is the environment we operate in. This is not retouching student growth data. You're not importing that here. That comes at the end, like we said. That is what it is. The number will be calculated and it's going to become 40%. And we have a way to do that to make it legal at the end. But what we're talking about here is just recognizing the fact that whereas 20 years ago, if you talk to a superintendent about what's your data management look like, you probably get a lot of blank stares. For those that have been in the business for a long time, you'll know that's not the language that we talked at the time in terms of leadership. It is for a lot of reasons, but chiefly because the law has imposed that obligation on us. That is something superintendents have to be fluent in. You've got to be able to know what your student growth data is, what other ways that we're measuring things are, and be able to utilize those. And so this is not, again, reflecting those actual numbers, but it's a way of noting that that's part of the superintendent's job this day, is to be aware of that information and to utilize it wisely. So, all right, Scott, I can take it.
All right, yeah. Component number 2 is policy and governance. This particular component is, in my view, kind of measuring 2 related but distinct ideas. The first is, and both are outlined in that first paragraph there. The first is about the superintendent creating a strong partnership with the Board of Education. So we're really looking at that relationship between the board and the superintendent. The other piece, and it's certainly related to the board and governance and certainly implementation of those things, is the superintendent's ability to act in accordance with board policies established by the board, administrative regulations, which are kind of the enforcement arm of those policies, and certainly the legal compliance as well. So if we look at those 2 ideas, when I talk initially about that partnership with the board, we're looking ideally for a superintendent who has kind of an open door policy with the board, someone who's obviously responsive to the board, willing to listen to the board's concerns, and that shows follow through on whether it's board directives, questions, inquiries from the board, concerns that have been raised by the board. And is a good communicator in terms of keeping the board informed to an appropriate degree. Obviously, the superintendent's focus is on day-to-day operations. The board's role is a little bit more high level policy making in larger decision making. So again, it's communication to an appropriate degree where he's not overwhelming you with information, but you certainly have an understanding of the goings on within the district. And then the other piece, like I said, is related to board policies and essentially compliance. So here we're looking at the superintendent. It's not his job to establish board policies, but you as board members. But it's certainly, appropriate for him to, provide some level of review and suggest updates to board policies. As I mentioned, administrative regulations, those are essentially policies written or policies and procedures established by the administration that seek to further clarify and implement the various policies that the board has in place. And then the legal compliance piece as well. That's an area that has been, increasingly difficult with a lot of the changes that have gone on and the frequency with which various regulations are changing as a result of the pandemic. And so it's certainly been a challenge for this particular year, but it would be something to take into account here as well. And that's not to say that the superintendent is, responsible for himself, knowing all the ins and outs of every piece of legislation that's related to school districts, but also, of course, where appropriate, engaging with, legal counsel in order to help kind of work through some of those issues. So that's really what we're measuring here with this particular component.
Okay, instructional leadership. So the superintendent must articulate a vision of what highly effective instruction looks like and must ensure that the system is aligned to engage every student in great instruction every day. What we're talking about here, again, for people that have been in the industry a long time, we might take this for granted today, and I hope perhaps in a sense that we do, that it's become normal. It's become normative to expect the superintendent to be an instructional leader. A few decades back, it wasn't necessarily viewed that way. The superintendent's job was to make sure the budget was balanced and the people were hired correctly and kind of run the mechanics of the organization. Well, the superintendent still does have to do those things, but we're very much in an era and an environment where the superintendent is the instructional leader. The superintendent is ultimately responsible for setting the tone and setting the standards, and then figuring out how to deliver on those high standards all the way down the line, so that every student gets the education that they need. It's more than just a mechanical position. And so when we're talking about this, you can think of a lot of different things, but some of the key things we're going to look at right now, again, and this has to do with legal compliance largely, is making sure that everybody else's evaluations are done correctly and done in a meaningful way. It's an important job for the superintendent that didn't used to exist in terms of rigorously enforcing this evaluation system, but it does exist today. And if it's not taken care of, it leads to real headaches. In theory, not only does it not lead to good outcomes for students if we're not doing these correctly or effectively, but it can lead to legal complications anytime there's a need to make staff reductions, or in certain other circumstances as well. This comes to matter and loom large very much for boards of education if the evaluations for building administrators and for teachers have not been done in a meaningful way. And there's a lot of detail to what meaningful way means. So that's a big component of this. The other big component that we're going to be looking at is, again, not putting in that 40% here. That comes later. But is, again, reflecting on, does the superintendent have a good working knowledge? Is the superintendent fluent in what those measurements on student growth mean? Is he reflecting on that? Is he using that to make good decisions? And if he is, fantastic. That's highly effective, or effective at least in this area. If he's not, that's an issue that needs to be addressed, because that's a key part of this instructional leadership. So another way that you can look at this briefly is that word in there, that every student, and this is an area that, depending on where we are and the needs of our community, is going to mean different things at different points in time. But it is a legal requirement that we meet the needs of every student that we're supposed to educate, every student that lives within our boundaries or is placed there for some other reason. And so making sure that we are delivering instruction that meets the needs of every child is also an important part of the superintendent's job on instructional leadership here. Go ahead, Scott.
All right. Component 4, communication and community relations. This one is looking at the superintendent's ability to communicate effectively with the broader educational community. So beyond just his relationship with the board, I talked about that a couple slides ago, where we were focused on the board superintendent relationship. This is looking at the superintendent's communication and relationship beyond that into the educational community. So we're talking about with staff members, students, parents, guardians, and even beyond that into the local community as well. So when we talk about communication, that can take a number of forms, as you can imagine. That can be, written communication, certainly is a big thing, but as well, but also verbal communication. It's about having that open door policy that I discussed before with not only the board, but also with staff, students, parents in the community. Being responsive to concerns raised by those in the community. Again, to an appropriate degree. It goes beyond the idea of just communication, though, which is obviously, perhaps more important now than ever, as things are frequently, changing for a variety of reasons. But it also speaks to kind of, traditionally anyways, promoting the school district, attending public functions when, there were still public functions. Ensuring things like the website is kept current, using social media to the extent that's something the superintendent takes advantage of, or other means to kind of present the district in a positive light and engage with the community. It's also looking at those relationships, not only with the students, but outwards into the community with regard to things like community groups, police, support services, engaging with those so that relationship is established in the event that additional resources are needed. Issues historically came up a lot with school safety, and certainly having a relationship with the local police, state police, whoever it is, can help in that regard. The other thing, specific to COVID in these community relationships is there's been more interaction as of late between school districts and local health departments. Some of that is actually mandated for purposes of contact tracing and things like that, or planning and return to school planning and everything. And so those are all things, those relationships and that communication, the effective flow of information that you're really taking into account here.
All right, organizational management. We finally do come back to what we touched on briefly earlier. Part of the superintendent's job is managing the mechanics of the district, making sure that operations are running correctly, that the facilities are maintained correctly. We obviously don't expect that he's going to have personal, intimate daily knowledge of all of those problems. That's why you hire a staff in operations and maintenance and everything else to do. But ultimately, the superintendent is responsible to the board to make sure those things are getting done. This can be everything as mundane as making sure the lawns are mowed and the driveways are plowed correctly during the winter, to significant projects in terms of giving the board updates on when are we going to need to think about selling a bond to replace boilers or roofs or any of the other big items that occasionally have to be addressed by a board. And it covers the whole gamut. But this is where we talk about managing the resources of the district in a responsible way, which does include planning ahead in terms of giving the board updates on what should the board be thinking about, where are the areas we're going to need to address, so the board can make good decisions and offer good guidance about where we're going in the coming days. Quick note for those of us that have lived our whole lives in Michigan, like I think many of us have. I gave this presentation once a couple years ago to another school district, and the school board president put up his hand and said, "Is this where I talk about salt?" And I said, "Salt," and I was thinking about a salt shaker. And but everybody else in the room knew exactly what he meant. Apparently that year there'd been a major breakdown in communications, and the maintenance department had not ordered sufficient salt for the driveways and the parking lots and everything like that. And the board president got angry phone calls all winter long, and he wanted to make sure that never happened again. So he said, in organizational management, we're going to make sure that salt is adequately addressed. So salt goes here. If that's ever a topic, this is the category where it goes. Go ahead, Scott.
All right. So the last of the six kind of primary components that we'll go over is professionalism and ethics. This one's pretty straightforward. It's measuring, or it's looking at whether the superintendent acts professionally and consistently with the values and mission of the district. So we're looking at whether the superintendent has been a good role model for students, staff, those in the community. There's certainly some overlap here with what we talked about with the community relations piece, where you're out there and presenting the district in a positive light. Whether the superintendent's, leading by example, being a good, exhibiting self-reflection and self-awareness, always striving to improve in his particular performance, taking account of, holding himself accountable where necessary or appropriate. But it also speaks to some other, core values as well. Things like, diversity and inclusion. Jeremy touched on some of those under the instructional leadership piece, but they would also apply here, making sure that the district is basically a welcoming place for all of its students, staff, etc. Again, this one's, fairly straightforward, as written. All right, component 7. We've referenced this a couple times up to this point. So essentially what we did was we took those statutory factors that I mentioned previously that are specifically written into the statute, and we added them here as a component 7. The reason we list them as optional is not because we consider it optional, whether you're complying with the statute, but because these are otherwise covered or reflected in the other 6 components. We have them in here in the event that the board wants to address them either separately or it's also kind of a catch-all. It talks about other factors considered pertinent by the person performing the evaluation. So this would be a chance where you could either further consider those statutory factors or potentially incorporate your own component into the evaluation tool. What I will say about both those things is that we do not necessarily recommend that you address these things separately. The concern being that you may end up kind of double counting them or taking them into account, to a larger degree than necessary. For example, under sub I, it talks about the superintendent or the school administrator in their efficacy and efficiency at performing teacher evaluations. That's going to be reflected in the earlier component on instructional leadership, where you're looking at things like making sure that you're meeting those deadlines and developing instructional leadership within staff and down to the teacher level. Progress made towards the district and meeting goals set forth in its school district improvement plan. Those are going to be reflected in the first component on visionary leadership, things like that. So again, we don't recommend that you address these separately, but we include it in there in case the board wants to take advantage of those. If you do decide to use that, which the vast majority of school boards do not, if you do want to do that, in an effort to make sure everyone's on the same page, make sure you establish that as early on in the process as possible, because again, this is not meant to be a gotcha tool. All right. So once you as a board have worked through each of those components, essentially having a conversation, trying to reach a consensus in each component, basically we have some worksheets here in the back that help you kind of organize how you've identified or what ratings you've identified for the superintendent in each of those areas. And this is where it would come together to help you calculate the overall evaluation rating. Essentially what you see here is you have all those components listed out, and you would basically go through and circle one of the evaluation ratings for each of the components, highly effective to ineffective. And then what we ask you to do, we're not doing calculations yet. We ask you to basically have an additional conversation. I'm down there at number 2. And once again, taking into account the landscape of what you've considered thus far, to have an additional conversation to reach a consensus as to the superintendent's rating on the evaluation tool. We haven't taken into account student growth and assessment data. That will come into, we'll bring that in on the next slide and subsequent slides. But you're just looking at the performance as measured by the tool, and you as a board, once again, have an opportunity to determine what the overall rating is, or what the rating of the superintendent is on the evaluation tool. We don't prescribe a particular weighting for you on these individual components. So the default would basically be to consider them equally weighted. So in that regard, we would recommend against deviating too much from this notion of equal weighting, unless that was established once again prior or early on in the evaluation period. So once you have a rating on the evaluation tool, performance as measured by the tool, we do have to take into account student growth and assessment data. This is maybe a lot of information on one slide. What it really boils down to is you're taking that data used for teachers for the district as a whole. So the student growth and assessment data from teacher evaluations across the entire district, and that student growth and assessment data is working itself up to the superintendent. Essentially, it's aggregated, and that's what would be reflected in the superintendent's evaluation. And what we ask you to do is assign an effectiveness rating to that as well, which would be aligned with whatever the aggregate would be for the teachers. Once you have both a rating label assigned to the performance as measured by the tool and the student growth and assessment piece, That would be reflected here. So if the superintendent was effective on performance, you would circle that here. Effective, let's say, as district-wide and student growth and assessment, that would be reflected here. We do have to weight them, and we haven't determined a way in which you could do that other than through some basic math. So we ask you to convert those ratings to a numerical score. Highly effective would be a 4, all the way down to ineffective as a 1. And then you basically just weight them 60-40. And you could do this on your own. We have a chart here using whole numbers that you know, some districts, you know, prefer to use or seems more intuitive to some districts. So for example, if the performance evaluation tool, if the rating on that was effective, that would be reflected here, effective. That would be converted to a 3 in the numerical score. And then you would multiply that 3 by 6. And what would be reflected here is 18. If, and keeping it easy on ourselves, if the student growth and assessment data also reflected an effective rating, effective would be listed here. The numerical score would once again be 3. And then you would do 3 times 4, again, weighting it 40% to get a 12. You would add the 18 and the 12, which would be 30. And you know, intuitively, of course, this makes sense that the 2 effective ratings, when weighted together 60-40, would put you right in the range of effective. And so then you would convert it back into the rating label, which is required by the statute, again, that you identify a rating label, and that would be the overall evaluation rating. As we said before, you are required to return to an open session in order to adopt that overall evaluation rating. And that's what would be reflected in your, you know, your meeting minutes on that particular vote, and on the rep report as it's done, basically submitted to the state as well. So essentially that's an overview of the evaluation tool and process. If you have any additional questions, certainly, you know, we'd be open to taking those at this time.
Okay, questions, please. Birgit.
Yes, and I apologize because I'm looking for the screen that reflects my question, but somewhere along the line, you indicated that there was a consideration of parents and staff and students. And I was trying to correlate that into the performance indicators and how that fit in.
So you're right. So one of the factors is one of the statutory factors is student, parent, and teacher feedback. That's going to be reflected potentially in a variety of different components. The most obvious one would be your communication and community relations component, where again, we're measuring those relationships that the superintendent is, you know, and the experience that parents and those in the community would be having with the superintendent. And so that would be an obvious place where it would potentially be reflected. But it could show up in a variety of these different components potentially. You know, for example, instructional leadership, you know, there could be staff feedback that would be involved in that as well. You know, some districts or some boards have asked us whether they should be performing some kind of formalized survey or anything. We don't recommend that, just due to the, you know, perhaps unwieldy nature of taking that approach. But it is something that some boards have implemented.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I just want to make a comment about your tool. And I appreciate that we're doing this, not just because we have some new board members that need the training, but it's a good review for all of us because it's been a while since we've actually gone through this and thought about it. And I just want to let you know, and you two gentlemen were not the presenters the last time. Gary Collins actually was, but your tool is actually in the same format that our board self-assessment tool is, where we have components and then we have, you're calling performance indicators. And we have, so it's interesting that we have a very similar setup to what you have here. So I like that the thought process is similar for how we go about doing these assessments.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and we've gotten good feedback on the tool in general. You know, we mentioned earlier that we also have a school administrator tool, basically that's also very similar. So it sounds like your board self-assessment tool is similar. Our school administrator tool that we developed is, you know, some of the names of the components are a little bit different, but essentially the same format as well. And we've gotten good feedback on that one too. So
Okay, I think Jake, you had a question?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, or a few questions. First one is timing. Do you typically see districts doing a cycle that follows the fiscal year, July to June, or January to December? Because one of the issues that we come in with is board members only have a half year with the superintendent this year as part of the evaluation. So what do you see as normally as the common?
We see both. I know for a fact that we have clients that utilize both of those models. If I had to put I don't know if I could put a percentage. I would say the majority use the school year, fiscal year cycle, and it's a minority that use the calendar year. I don't know exactly how disproportionate that is, but it's a significant majority that use the fiscal year.
Okay. And then a question, maybe Ben, you would have to jump in on this one. The student achievement data, when does that become available if we're using the school year as the evaluation cycle?
So it's all part of the teacher evaluations. So they're concluded by, I believe, May. So it's available. It's state assessment is a portion of it. Actually, what it is 50, and then the local assessments are another 50. They're combined for the 40. So it is available for the administrative and the superintendent evaluation by the time the process is completed.
And that is basically determined by statute as well in terms of that proportion, the 50% state assessment, et cetera. That's spelled out.
Okay. This is an interesting question. The term that comes to mind is grade inflation. So to evaluate here, it's a somewhat subjective process, and someone's highly effective could be someone's effective. Do you have a sense of what percentage of superintendents are rated highly effective versus effective? Because it's tough, and what the expectations are in the superintendent community, because in our era, a B wasn't a bad grade, but in the modern era, a B is not nearly what it is today. So can you give some insights about where you see the evaluations coming down?
That's a perceptive observation. I will say that we do see, we don't see what might be considered a standard bell curve of grading distribution for superintendents or other administrators either, for that matter. I would say that there is a significant percentage. Again, I don't know if I'd put a real number on it, but a significant percentage that are rated highly effective on a fairly regular basis. That may reflect genuinely highly effective performance. And again, each community judges that for themselves. I will note that one or two board members, I will not name where they're from, have indicated that's also to save the board a little time occasionally too. If they're overall happy with the superintendent, let's move to an every other year model. But that's for every board to decide for themselves. So.
Okay. And then the last question about the tool itself, when you went through that math at the end, 1, 2, 3, 4, multiply it by 60%, 40%, do you recommend using integers, or for something like the weighted factors, where 4 of the factors were weighted as highly effective and 2 of them, so you give them a 3.7? So they're highly effective. Does it have to, or do you recommend leaving it at 4 and 3?
So we do recommend using integers, and that's for a reason we don't have a slide in this presentation. Now we've cut it down significantly from those who might have seen an earlier version of this presentation. We've had more slides and it took a bit longer. But the reason we recommend leaving it with the integers is if you don't carefully control that final set of we call them bands at the end, where there's the ranges essentially where you're going to fall in. If that's not carefully normed, then the student growth data will have a disproportionate impact on the, even though it's statistically 40%, it will have a disproportionate impact and limit your range of flexibility for the superintendent. Essentially, if you use the numbers as we've presented them, then if your student growth data is any one of the 4 categories, you still have an opportunity for the superintendent to land on the other on any of the categories overall. Whereas if you don't, if you move away from the way that those numbers are set up now, you'll limit his ultimate range on the overall tool, even though you're technically complying with the 40%. That's why we use those numbers. It's a good question for boards that do want to weight those differently, rather than saying it's going to be a different number. We've suggested that you do that early, the step prior in the process, by saying we're going to double count this one essentially, or something, rather than using a 3.7 or something like that. But we can talk more about that. If the board's interested in looking at that, we can spend a little more time. I know that we're already over your hour target for now, but we could spend a little more time going through kind of the details on that. If the board's interested in moving in that direction, we could help with that. But that's why we set it up that way.
It's good to have your background. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Other questions? Okay, last call, other questions. I'm sure we'll have questions as we get into this, and I'm sure you'll be available to us.
Absolutely.
As we need to get some clarification on some things, should we have that. We really appreciate your time with us today. And,
I'm glad to be with you.
This is helpful to all of us. Some of us have been through it, some of us have not, but it's certainly an important part of the work we do, and to have a reliable tool that guides us through that process is really important. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Glad to.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good meeting. Thanks.
Okay, so we're a couple minutes behind our pace for the schedule that we set for ourselves. Can we shorten our break to 10 minutes? Will that work for everybody? Okay, so we'll resume at 4:26, and I'll see everybody back here then.
Make sure you mute your microphones and cameras, please, during your
Thank
break.
you.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
thank you.
So we have a lot of data to cover, and we're trying to keep it on schedule. So we'll get rolling right now, and we'll move on to future planning discussion. And Ben.
All right, thanks. We are scheduled to break at 5:45 is what our next time frame was, just so that everybody knows where that is. We were going to start off with an enrollment update, schools of choice. We obviously had extensive conversation around schools of choice. Rick has provided for us some enrollment data. So I'll give it to Rick to start discussing the enrollment portion. We'll have some discussions around school of choice, and we'll kind of go from there. Does that sound like a good step? Okay, let's do that. Go ahead, Rick.
All right. I sent, you had previously had the schools of choice data, and I don't have any additional data related to schools of choice to share, other than I think it's important for us to understand the context real quickly. We, on a typical year, when we advertise and take applications for schools of choice, we'll get somewhere in the 110 to 120 applicants originally. After we review the applicants and we look through placements, we typically will offer somewhere in the range of about 80 positions, maybe 90 in some years. And of that, we get 75 or so, 70. Every year varies on the number of people that actually follow through with the registration process and actually become students of Lake Orion. So I just want people to understand, I don't really see that number is going to inflate significantly in the number of applicants of people that are interested in attending here. We don't have a large pool to pull from. And if you look at where we are pulling from, the vast majority, and I mean vast majority, as I've showed you earlier, comes from the Pontiac school system. So I don't want this, I don't want it to be misleading or thought that we're going to have 500 applicants for schools of choice. Now, when we start to advertise and talk about our Dragon Virtual, would we possibly see an increase in schools of choice. There's a potential for that. I think our target audience in some of that area would be more along the lines of those that are uncomfortable with the way the pandemic is continuing to progress, or maybe some homeschool students who are actually resident students who might look at that as a better option.
I just wanted to add too, Rick, not to interrupt you, but when
Yes.
we talk about school of choice, and a lot of us are thinking through the financial lens. The more students you get, the more funding you get. We understand that piece, but I think I just want to make sure that everybody understands we get the foundation allowance, and we also get the assessment scores, and we get the accountability scores that come with that. So just keep that in mind when we're in a school district that has extremely high expectations. That's part of the reason why we've done what we've done as far as when we accept students, because we know that they're getting that core, that core base so they can grow in our programs. We start jumping in and grabbing kids at the 5th, 6th, 7th grade level. We have to recognize we haven't impacted them academically in all the previous years. So with that comes, the accountability assessment. So I just want to make sure everybody understands it's a whole package and not just one factor to keep in mind. So go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, in any typical year, 75 to 80% of what we take is kindergarten students. We fill in, or backfill, if you would, some of the runoff of grades 1 through 8. Mainly in first grade, we'll typically take a few more there, and then it's less than a handful in each of the other grades yearly. Which, going back to Ben's point, the impact that has on the overall academic performance is pretty minimal. Where from experience, I can tell you in a previous role, there was a district that opened those doors wide open, and it had a significant impact on their overall academic performance. And they've been dealing with that for a number of years. So I don't know if there's any other questions related to schools of choice as far as how we progress. I know the question is, what do we do with Dragon Virtual? And my contention is, one, we're not sure how attractive Dragon Virtual is going to be in this first year. We don't really know what kind of interest we'll have both within and from outside. I think it would be very hard to project or predict any kind of numbers at this point. I think it might be prudent of us to, if you're looking to expand through the Dragon Virtual portion of it, to allow some leniency to expand to, I'll just throw an arbitrary number out there of, let's say, 20%, not to exceed 20% in Dragon Virtual. But I believe the 10% target that we have now and how we've tried to manage that has worked for us as a district. And I would recommend that we continue with the in-person approach like we have done now for the last 6 years.
And that is the recommendation that we're looking at as a cabinet. We talked about 10%, like maintaining the 10% for the in-person, keeping in mind all the things that we just talked about. And if the board wanted to act on an actual percentage, which isn't necessary in either realm, but if we were going to act regarding Dragon Virtual, a span of 10 to 20%, adding that amount of student population for Dragon Virtual would be what we would recommend moving forward. Gives us a little bit of flexibility and some opportunities.
I think a couple other key factors to keep in mind. I know capacity has come up as a question. And I monitor capacity weekly. Every time I enter in our weekly or biweekly enrollment numbers, my formula is within my spreadsheet calculate. We utilize the capacity and I monitor that. We have target capacities for each of the buildings. We are by far not, and we have to plan as though we have everyone in person. And I can show and share those numbers, but we don't have a capacity issue. We don't have a building that's sitting empty. And when we've took, and I can share with you, or I shared with you previously, we reduced 12 elementary classroom teachers to create Dragon Virtual this past year, but we created 17 Dragon Virtual sections. Those 12 that we created, yes, it did empty a teacher out of a classroom theoretically, but we've given that classroom to our Dragon Virtual teachers to use as their home base. Many of them are still teaching out of that classroom. They're utilizing the materials out of that classroom, although there might not be students in there. And I can tell you just on my gut level, what I've had conversation with Heidi and her through her surveys and so forth. I don't see that where our students have left us and gone and what we're hearing, I don't see us having a huge interest at the elementary level in Dragon Virtual. We're hoping to have one section per grade level this first year. And that would be a success in our minds. And I don't want to speak out of turn for you, Heidi. I see you're shaking your head. I don't anticipate that we're going to have these 3 and 4 sections that we currently have.
Yeah, that is our internal goal that we've talked about. We'd love to be able to get to one section per grade level. As far as capacity, we don't see an issue at the elementary level, like Rick's talking about. There are some current open rooms, but we do recognize there'll be more students coming back in person. Really, where there's a capacity concern that as a board and as a district that we need to recognize is the middle school level. Where we have 3 facilities and there's capacity issues there to consider, but not currently at the elementary. I see Scott had something, Jim.
Yes, Scott.
I guess like when I originally brought this up, I wasn't thinking of it as Dragon Virtual under the same rules that we're going by for schools of choice. Because to me, if you're trying to grow a program to where it could be this awesome nationwide thing, why would you ever try to tie that to a chair in a classroom as opposed to, listen, you're Dragon Virtual, you don't have any rights to a classroom chair, but if you would like to come and be schools of choice on Dragon Virtual, you're a Dragon Virtual student. You know what I mean? I guess I don't understand why, because you've said a couple of times it's got to be tied to in-person. Because right now, as it stands, if somebody's Dragon Virtual by schools of choice, then next year, technically, they could go to a school if they wanted to, right? But why does it have to
We've
be
got
like
some
that?
clarification on that. We could require them to reapply through schools of choice if they want in person after the
Okay.
first year. We could.
So what I'm saying could be a reality, perhaps. And I'm not necessarily even saying for this year. I'm just saying we could have the potential. You look at Oxford with their Oxford Virtual. I mean, they got a whole building and a whole staff that's just what they do, right? I mean, it's been successful. They've been doing it for years. And I just think that if we try to keep everything in the box of schools of choice, then we are truly limiting ourselves or deviating a little bit for higher percentages because of things that are virtual. But if it was a different box to say, we are offering this program that is a Lake Orion Schools program that you can choose, I guess, but not tie it to that 10% and not tie it to a classroom. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's where we've come to, that it would be separate. So if a schools of choice student applied, they would have to select which program they're applying to, in person or Dragon Virtual. And then if they get accepted, that's their choice for the year. Let's say they choose Dragon Virtual and then it just didn't work out for them and they want to come back in person, they would have to apply the next year and choose in person.
So how does that work if they're an 8th grader? They're Dragon Virtual in 8th grade. They decide they hate it. Can they come to school in 9th grade or no?
No, not at this
would be
point in time,
virtual,
because we
right.
don't offer that for 9th grade in person.
And Scott, there are limitations with where we can accept students from, and we've talked about that before. It can't be an intergalactical kind of thing, to use your terminology. Can we draw from neighboring contingent ISDs and so forth? We could through a virtual program. I just would caution us that, we're going into this. I would, what's the term I want to use this first year? It's you know, it's going to be our first attempt at this. And I think we need to do it right to start with. And then if we expand that program over time, we could do so.
I don't
Jake,
disagree.
go ahead.
Yeah, just so we understand for long-term planning, are we limited to the rules of schools of choice, which is contiguous counties? Is that what Oxford is drawing from? They have all this in their program. So we couldn't, so Scott, the issue, is there a mechanism under state law where we could bring in kids from Kent County or Roscommon County?
No,
Well, there is, but it's not through.
not through
it's
schools of
different,
choice.
though.
We would
No,
have to,
not through school of choice.
we
but
would
it'd
have
be
to create
shared.
our own charter
Virtual
school.
academy, yeah.
Right.
We would have to charter a school.
Or
If we chose to do that, but right now we're constrained by the rules of schools of choice. A student in a neighboring county is the only one who would be eligible to apply for one of those spots.
Under schools of choice, yes.
Yes.
understand what we're trying to do is do this very well next year, and then we can expand. So what Scott shares the same vision that we share, that we can expand this and provide opportunities with more kids within the county. We don't necessarily need to go necessarily across the state. There are some mechanisms, but I don't know that's something we really want to entertain at this point, as far as doing classes through 21F and shared time services is an option that we will continue to, look at, but those are different courses that children can take. But we do share that vision, but we want to make sure, in order to make it as great as we aspire for it to be, it's got to be excellent next year. And we aren't going to do it excellent if we spread ourselves too thin and catching our tail. What we did this year, we have a level of being proud of, because we continue to make progress, and we're going to continue to do that. And we're going to really, kind of steady off, just like these darn COVID numbers, right? Because it's going to steady off what we're doing in our programs, and it's going to be great, and we're going to sell it.
That's really, I think, it's what I'm hearing is that's exactly what you're saying, Scott, that a good program is something that is expandable when we have the template set and success demonstrated.
Absolutely. I'm not looking to, jump out of the plane right now with all of us and say, hey, we're going to go start teaching in St. Kitts. I'm just saying that if we build this tool and we build this awesome program, is there potential that it could become something very big and cool? That's something separate, but together. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Obviously, the national virtual academies that people choose to go to that are the choices right now. There's no reason that we can't be one of those, right? I'm not saying this year or this vote. I just want us to.
Yeah, I think that I'm hearing everybody saying kind of the same thing here, that we're here now, but we certainly have potential to go here.
Right.
And that we're taking it in steps.
Absolutely.
Right,
Cool.
Jim. And I see Scott's vision, or I see everybody's vision for the future, but let's not forget where we're at here today is to accommodate our students' needs for today based on the environment that we are in today. What we've learned from today or this year, we can take a step further, but let's not forget why we're here today in these unusual circumstances.
Good point, Steve. Thank you. Birgit, you had a question?
Not so much a question as it is a comment, or my take on the conversation that we're having, and that is that we would do ourselves a disservice to jump full-fledged into opening up Dragon Virtual. And first of all, while it's a work in progress, it isn't terribly unique at this point. The vision that Heidi has had along to make it like Orion, as she develops that internal structure with our intellectual property that becomes us, that is the ticket for us, I think, futuristically, that I find would be unique, and the drawing card for making it more sustainable and a revenue generating process. And I think that's a plan. I won't even pretend to know how long something like that takes, but we'll lean on Heidi for that.
Good point. Thank you, Birgit. Other questions or comments? Jim,
if I could, I'd like to run through real quickly the exit data that I shared with you folks, just so you have some perspective. When I do this and I do these things, it's in a way that I can understand, and I try to put them into a spreadsheet that people that don't work with this every day can kind of understand, but I think it'll be helpful if I jump through this real quickly with you folks. So if you don't mind, I'll share screen. Do I have
Rick,
that option?
before you begin that, I think Jake had one additional question.
Oh,
Jake.
go ahead.
Yeah, the question was about if we change this recommendation, would we know what 10 to 20% would be? Because we're talking about like opening up elementary for one section. So we're talking 2 to 5 students. Are we at risk of accepting a school of choice, for these 2 to 5 students, or putting it out there? Would we have the ability to rescind that if we didn't have enough at a grade level? So I just want to understand how the mechanisms of the timing of when we would get students would work.
Yeah, I had the same question about.
I think two things would help with that. One, the resolution is that we are participating in Schools of Choice K-8. So we advertise for K-8, we take applications. At the time of applications, we decide how many we're going to take. We don't have to tell the state, we don't have to tell anybody how many we're going to take. At that time, we decide on the number. We don't have to advertise that. We have chosen internally to have a target of 10% per building. We operate under that when we do this. If we go and we just had registration open at the high school, and I know, they can continue registration, middle school's around the corner. Schools of Choice application window starts in April. We have our God, I'm drawing a blank on the name, our drawing, not the drawing, but the lottery, geez, in May. And at the time of lottery, that's when Heidi and I, we sit down and we figure out where are our openings based on what we have with our residents, and where are we at with class sizes, where are we at with building capacity. And at that point, we choose how many we're taking per grade level, and we cut it off. And then the people after the lottery, if we're taking 10 in a grade level, 11 and on, they get a note that says to them, hey, you didn't make the cut, but you're on the wait list. And if one of the 10 people that were offered a spot doesn't enroll by a date, and they're given a specific date to enroll by, they lose their spot. And then we go to the wait list and we work our way through the wait list. The problem is the state makes us shut down the wait list in the month of July, I believe it is, into like it's early mid-August. So there is a time frame there where we're kind of stuck, where we'd love to be able to contact people and say, hey, we got spots, but we can't. So we're not bound by any numbers. And I think we just have to let registration play out. We have to let, Schools of Choice, the application window, play out. Right now, the resolution that you passed just states that we're going to participate. I think you as a board, what I'm going to say is that you have faith and trust that we as a team know your target goals for in-person, and we know where we want to get with our Dragon virtual. Allow us to manage that application process for Schools of Choice to meet those desired goals. And in my opinion, there doesn't need to be a change to the resolution. The resolution has gotten us to participate in Schools of Choice.
Just to go back to Jake's question, I guess my question is similar, may not be the same, but are we treating Dragon virtual in the same manner we're treating our in-person from the standpoint of staffing and available seats?
Yes.
Whether they're virtual or in person?
Yes. We're same size, same class size, targets. Yes.
So it's, again, an excess capacity issue.
Correct.
So it meets the spirit of what the board was looking for, is that we're filling excess capacity without creating new expense in the form of additional staff.
So let me give you an example. Let's say through registration, we put this out there to elementary, and we only have 10 resident elementary first grade students interested in Dragon Virtual. At that point, we have 20 Schools of Choice students that are interested in Dragon Virtual in first grade. I think it would be realistic of us to say, okay, if we only have 10 resident, technically that's one schools of choice student. That's 11. We're not going to run that section with 11. It's going to be tough. Could we take 8 and run a section of 18? Or could we take 10 and run a section of 20? We've exceeded the in-person 10%. But I think if you allow us to manage the schools of choice across the board and treat schools of choice in the Dragon Virtual like we would any other building, treat it like a building, and maybe that grade level has 40%, but a different grade level has 0 or 5%. I think we just have to see where the interest and where the numbers lay before. It's not something that you can put an exact science to at this point in time, because we don't know the level of interest and the number of customers we'll have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I guess I was trying to get at the issue of if we have 25 schools of choice for a section and we've exceeded the, and let's say we have an add-in of another 10 from our own district students, we're still not going to go out and create a new section and hire a new teacher to be under capacity, or we might be off by a student or two, but a significant deficit of students from capacity that would be assigned to a teacher. In other words, we're not going to by increasing our percentage, we're not going to increase unmet capacity. With a few exceptions that gives us some latitude. Does that make sense?
I think we're saying the same thing, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have
I want us to go out and create sections in hopes that we're going to fill those sections and have sections that end up being on the small side of what we normally would do for a section of Dragon Virtual. That's all I'm saying.
And to add to that, Jim, I like what Rick said earlier. I wrote it down: to meet the desired goals and work with that and be the best at it instead of anything further.
Great. Jake, you had another question?
Yeah, the question is, this year, Dragon Virtual students are assigned to a school building population. So the question is, are you proposing that they would only be assigned to a Dragon Virtual count then? They wouldn't also be, so let's say we have 20% in school of choice, but it was a disproportionate number of Carpenter students that are assigned to that population. So how are we going to work that those students aren't, double counted? Is Dragon Virtual going to become its own entity that way?
Well, I think we have to manage the resident Dragon Virtual separate from the schools of choice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So resident Dragon Virtual, if we'll use your Carpenter example, any student that enrolls in Dragon Virtual but lives within the Carpenter boundaries would be a Dragon Virtual student assigned to Dragon Virtual, but outside of the academic piece, any events or meetings or so forth, Carpenter would be considered their home school. When we have our Dragon Virtual schools of choice students, we would look at the same kind of concept. We want to assign them to a building for non-academic type of activities, but not overwhelm one or another. I could see, though, if we grew this thing to where we had 300 or 400 students at the elementary level, we would then treat that as its own building, and they could have their own type of activities and not be connected to any of our brick and mortar actual physical locations. But that's something I think for down the road.
Yeah.
And that would be in step with what Heidi said about reapplying. Should they choose not to return to Dragon Virtual, they'd have to reapply to be in person. So
And
that would be
as
in
Rick
step.
said, the hope is too that down the road, that after school, all of those types of activities, that the enrollment in Dragon Virtual would be enough, that could be a whole new facet of what we add to the program. They would have their own type of after school activities as well.
Great.
Virtual. We have the third, fourth, fifth grade chess club, but it's virtual. They don't have to stay after.
Yeah,
And I would also throw out there, part of our plan here with this Dragon Virtual is there will be times when those students will show up in person for testing and some other things. So we have to keep in mind, we need a physical location for that as well. So that's where we will be assigning, grade level. This grade level may be assigned to Carpenter, and this one's to Paint Creek, and this one's to Orion Oaks. So when we do call students in to do standardized testing or other things, we've got a place and a location that can accommodate those.
Okay. I'm sorry about stretching that out. Are there any other questions or comments for this part right now? Okay, go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll do a quick share screen. And again, I want to emphasize that enrollment is a snapshot in time. Are you seeing my screen? For purposes of this, I went with the enrollment data from the last time we spoke, which you'll see in the bottom in blue here, which is 118, so that it matches the data that you had from before. When we talk about enrollment, and there are all kinds of articles out there, people wanting to do, where are all the students going? It's an issue at the state level. They're actually assigning a task force. They're creating a task force to figure it out. And we have a reporter that wants some comments on what our enrollment loss, if you would, is, and they're touting numbers of 500. And it's all in your perspective and how you look at the data. So when we look at data, this box in the yellow is our spring count from last year. That is where we start with how do we project what next year's enrollment's going to look like. We do projections. John and I then work together for a budget purpose. The projection information is all this here in the gray and green. Our projected enrollment for budget purposes coming into this year was this box, 7,115 students. You'll see that number is different than what we had in the spring. Let me help you understand how we got there. And that's important because we've talked with you as a board many times about what we call the aging out. If you look over here to last year's spring count, we had 576 seniors. The projection for this year's incoming kindergarten was 457. That number is up here in the right corner. That's a difference of 119. We came into this projection knowing we were already down 119 students just because of aging out. I've demonstrated to you before that we pick up students in the early elementaries each year. And I have a formula that I use to calculate their transition from year to year to year. And I projected some increases, projected gains of 33 students in grades 1 through 12. So when we did the budget this year, we projected to be down 86 students. Here's your number. I broke it down here, and this will be important later for you to see. This is our elementary. Projected numbers were 3,004, middle school 1,656, and high school 2,335. So we'll come down here, and here's what actually happened this year. So our enrollment on 117, which I've shared with you before, will go down, and it was 6679. So the actual difference, and this is from projection to where we landed, is 336 students. So then it says, we say, okay, what happened? Where are these 336 students? And what can we do to figure out where they went and how we may or may not get them back? So those numbers, and when students leave us, we do a survey with them. Most of them fill it out. When they enroll in a different district, we get a records request, so then we can actually track where they went officially. And then some people leave us and we don't really get any information. So I'll walk you through how we work this out. So if we go to the top here, here's our projected enrollment in red of 7,115 or 7,015, excuse me. I've got it down to 6 categories basically of where students that left us have gone. We won't talk much about there were 3 students. There was a court order for one student that had to go live with a different parent. There's different issues, but I won't focus on that. We'll focus on the homeschool and across. Homeschool, we had 36 students across the district enroll in homeschool this year instead of enroll with us. 32 went to Oxford schools of choice, 76 enrolled in private, 21 are waiting to enroll till next year, 94 moved out of district, 35 enrolled in a virtual elsewhere. So we accounted for, I was able to account for 297 of those 336 you'll see here. So the unknown is 39. What I think is important is you look at the percentages. 0.51% of our population that we expected of the 7,015 opted not to come to us and went to homeschool. So 0.5% enrolled in homeschool. And we go across, you'll see 0.46 and so forth. Moved out of the district, 1.34% of what we anticipated coming to us actually moved out of district. So the total reduction from what we anticipated was 4.79% this year. If you go across and you look by destination, this should add up to 100. So 10% of the people 10% of these 336 went to homeschool, 9% to Oxford, and 22% enrolled in private and so forth. So you've got those numbers. So we've accounted here in yellow for 88% of the students. We know where 88% of them went. We got a little over 11% we've got to figure out yet, and we're going to do that here in the very near future. I'll speak to that in just a second. We went further and broke this down by level. So this next set of data here is elementary. And earlier I showed you that our projected enrollment for elementary was 3,004. This box is really key in my opinion, because if you come over here and you look, 31 students in elementary opted for homeschool. If I take you back up above, you'll see the district-wide 36 students opted for homeschool. So 31 of the 36 homeschool students came out of the elementary. And you'll see that here. That's the second box down. By destination, 86% of the students that chose homeschool were elementary age students. So we'll go across. 25 went to Oxford, which represented 78% of the kids that went to Oxford, or that chose to go to Oxford, enrolled in private. 54% of the students that enrolled in, or 54 students enrolled in private. Of that number up above of 76, which is 71%. And I won't go all the way across, but as you can see, the vast majority of students that enrolled elsewhere did so out of our elementaries, basically 75%. So this pink up here, 4.79% of the students that left us, 3.61 was elementary. And I'll do a quick slide down. 0.87 was out of the middle school and 0.3 was out of the high school. You add those three pink boxes together and you get your 4.79. So really our focus down the road here is going to be heavy on where are all our elementary kids that we need to get back. We've accounted for 253 of them. I got 79 we're going to be tracking down. Now the interesting thing, you'll see this red, this is a positive, which is backwards from what you would normally think. In fifth grade this year, we accounted for 37 students who left us. 37 fifth graders fell into one of these categories. But the difference from a projected enrollment was only 21. So we only lost 21 from projected enrollment, but I accounted for 37 students who left. So we actually backfilled with new enrollees in fifth grade, 16 students. So I hope that makes sense, because at the middle school, you'll see that's significant. Every grade level, we backfilled. We accounted for 43 sixth graders leaving us, but it was only 25 off from our projected enrollment. We picked up 18 new students. Same thing here. We accounted for 30 seventh graders. 29 of them was the difference in our projected enrollment. So we really picked up one new student. So in the grand scheme of things, especially at the high school, you'll see we did have a reduction in ninth grade. I accounted for 9 of them. We had a difference in projection of 14, so we were down by 5, but we picked up 3, 4, and 3 in the other grade levels. So as you can see at the high school level, we were only down 22 students from our projected enrollment. And when you're talking 2,355 projections, what we missed it by was less than 1%, 22 students. Now, another key factor I think to consider too, as we look down here, the accounting for moves out of the district. So the enrollment change at the elementary was 253, as I mentioned earlier. 48 of that was kids that moved out of the district. We're not going to get those kids back. They physically moved. So we're really talking about a difference of 205. Same thing at the middle school, 30 of the 61 moved out. So we're really talking about 31 middle school kids and only 6 at the high school. So my target number really is, all right, what am I going to do to find these 242 kids right here? And of those 242, I can come up here and tell you 253, I know the numbers don't match because the elementary and middle school, keep in mind, those we had some positives here, but the vast majority of what we're looking for are elementary students. And I think I'm going to give you my personal opinion here for a moment. I think the vast majority of those were twofold. The homeschool students did so not because they didn't like what we had to offer, but I think they did so out of concerns with how the schedule looked. I think enrolling in private and Oxford schools of choice, which is 75 or so of those kids, a little over 75, did so because they wanted in-person instruction. And now we're talking about, we've already have a rationale for well over a third of our elementary. And again, I don't want to downplay this. I think in the past, some people may have thought, I look at this enrollment, kind of flip it like it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. It truly is a big deal. But the numbers are not staggering enough to me that I think we need to hit the panic button. And I think we have a true understanding of what happened, where kids were going. And I think we have a plan that we can put in place to help bring many of those students, if not all of them, back. One of the pieces of that plan is being able to share with these folks this new program that we just spoke about, Dragon Virtual. We don't want to put the cart before the horse and start making phone calls until we can, on the other end of that phone, say to them, well, you've left us because, are you aware we have this new program? Here's what it looks like. Let us share the information with you. Hopefully this is something you would consider in returning to us as a district and we can meet your needs. So we're finalizing, Marcus finalized a lot of that on the website. We continue to finalize that. As I mentioned many a time here, the main focus is the elementary. We will start taking those elementary applications and so forth, not until April. So we've got a little bit of time. But again, I hope you don't think that I'm not taking this seriously. It is something that I do take very seriously, but I'm not hitting the panic button on this. I think we're in talking with colleagues from other districts, we're in a far better place than most districts are when it comes to enrollment loss. And when you see news articles and so forth, I'm going to stop sharing so we can see each other. When you start to hear news articles or people want to tout that, we're down 500, it's all in how you look at it. It's a perspective of, you can't just match one count period to another. You have to take into account and really look at what is going on. So
I think you answered one of my questions there, Rick, about relative to districts around Oakland County and southeastern Michigan, for that matter. Relatively speaking, would it be safe to say that we're in a better to much better place than some districts?
I can tell you anecdotally, speaking with my colleagues, yes, but I have not seen the hard data in the format.
That'll be pretty hard to get a hold of, I think.
But you're going to, and I know Mark's on here somewhere. There was an Oakland Press reporter who got information that indicated we're down 500 students. And it's all in what count are you comparing to what count? Are you taking a fall count to a spring count? When are you where's your data from? So I don't put a lot of faith and trust in that data. Plus that takes into account, we had a shared services program a year ago that we no longer have with Eagle Creek. So there's what we lose there, about 70 FTEs, was it?
Yeah, maybe half that.
Okay, 35 FTEs or whatever. That this doesn't take into account our special ed programs that we draw from other districts for. This is looking at our K-12 enrollment.
Right.
And that should be our focus. And media, they can do what they want to do.
Absolutely.
The media.
In my mind, we're down 300 and a little change from where we anticipated we were going to be.
Okay, questions for Rick? Yes, Danielle.
I'm curious on your slide, what does waiting to enroll mean? Are they still currently in the district and they're planning on leaving?
No, you'll see 20 of those were DK or K. Legally, you do not have to enroll your child till age 6. So they're saying, listen, I don't want my child's first experience to be what we're going through as a school system right now. We're in person, we're not in person, we're wearing masks, we're doing this, we're doing that. We're going to take a year off. We'll enroll them next year.
So we're thinking we're actually going to get those kids back just because they didn't naturally enroll this year.
Yes.
They most likely will come back, in the future.
Those 21, I'm pretty confident that those 21 will enroll with us next year.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll be reaching out to those very soon.
Steve,
you.
good question.
I'm sorry, did you say Steve, Jim?
Yeah, did you have a question, Steve?
I did, actually, more of a comment and a question.
Sure.
Rick, thank you for explaining everything. Really, the way I see it, you have a very good handle on it. I wrote down the note that we're not panicking, which is great. You're doing your research and you're educating the parents. I think who panicked was, and rightfully so, are some of the parents. And hopefully they'll be coming back with the education that we're going to be giving them. They just need the confidence. And I thank you for taking the time to educate us as to what you're doing, how you're doing it. But the panic that I see is that, and rightfully so, that these parents left for different reasons. And the reasons all involving around the crisis. And eventually they'll be coming back, but yet we need to hold their hand. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
I just want to recognize.
Questions?
Oh,
Yes, go ahead, Ben.
If I could, I just want to recognize, we all have a role. I know, all across the state, there's comparisons and people, they use the FTE from fall to fall. And so logically they make, connections, and that's fine. That's part of what their role is. Our role, which is most important, in my opinion, as the district leader, is identifying how many kids we've lost, why we've lost them. And I think Rick has really worked hard over the last couple of months to really identify where they're at. And we have action steps moving forward. We're not only looking at the data, we know who's homeschooled and who's went to Oxford and who did this and who did that. But our next steps will be communicating with them to see what we can do to continue to serve the students that are within our boundaries and get them back into our school system. So I just want to be real clear on that we know now, and Rick's worked really hard to do that. And our next steps are to get them back so that we can continue to serve them with the great education that we have to provide.
If I could add to that too, as well, that it's very clear that the media is confusing and mixing FTE counts with head counts and the timings of when those are taken and the formulas impacting those. So that's just kind of a segue when we get into the budget and the forecast side. Then we start living in the world of FTE versus head count, and I can show you exactly where the 500 really is the variance between our FTE count from 2020 of 7,300 and change to our head count going into at this point of 6,700 kids. But how you got those numbers, how they're derived using weighted formulas for FTE and all that stuff, vastly different numbers.
Okay, yes, Birgit.
Thank you for the presentation, Rick. I have a question that I had a little bit of processing going on as you were presenting, and I want to know if my own conclusion is accurate. When you were addressing the two tables that you alluded to, we backfilled with some numbers. And I wonder, is it a safe thing to say that had the pandemic not occurred and had we not lost those numbers, would we actually have been up a few students?
That was our projection coming in. We anticipated that's what we would be. It's hard to say because, again, we're talking hardcore numbers. Now, when I say, for instance, fifth grade, we got 16 new fifth graders. We probably enrolled 30 new sixth graders, but there's an in and out when one resident leaves and one new resident comes in, that kind of thing. So, yeah, if I go back to my overall data, as I said earlier, we anticipated being up 33 K or 33 1 through 12 next year. A year ago, it was 52. I think the year before that, we picked up 68. We've been on that incline where we pick up 30 to 80 plus kids in grades 1 through 12 every year. What we've been battling for the last 5 years, and will continue to battle for a couple more years, is that whole aging out, where that senior class is so large. And we continue to capture, if you would, and I shared this with you before, we look at the county birth rates. We anticipate, based for 5 years ago, how many children were born in Oakland County. We have a formula that I calculate that our capture rate is there. Our capture rate has stuck right around the 2.9%. So we know when the county birth rates are down, that our enrollment's going to be down in kindergarten. We look at, and I look at, I've shared with you in the past, you know, the real estate market and where things are happening and what's selling and moving and the cost of those homes. Traditionally, which homes have student age children, you know, school age children within them. So there's a lot of things that go into the projections. But yeah, Birgit, I think had the pandemic not, we've been on a steady upward trend of picking up 30, 40, 50 kids each year in those other grade levels. It's just that larger senior class, and we got another one coming next year that's actually larger than this senior class this year is at, what are we, 595. So next year's 589. We're still in the mid to upper fives for the next 4 years. And then we'll start to see those classes hit the low fives. And what we bring in at kindergarten, what we age out at the senior level will match up.
Jim, if I could, you know, part of our discussion was about, you know, where we wanted to be with schools of choice with in-person and you know, Dragon virtual. And we talked about the recommendation of 10% maintaining where we have been over the years at 10% and giving us the latitude operationally to look at 10 to 20% for Dragon virtual. And we don't have it as an action item. I just kind of want to circle back as we kind of wrap up this conversation around the schools of choice and enrollment numbers. Is that something that we're comfortable with as far as that time, that amount of students? I guess I really want to get some clarity on that.
Ms. Birgit?
If I may, I still have a couple things I want to say before you head in that direction, Ben, that actually aims in that process. As I think about the projection, and I am real happy to hear that we did not have to give a percentage, that all we had to do was say, yes, we're doing schools of choice. And I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion because we're a very different district than we were when we initiated schools of choice back in 2013. We've been through a lot of changes, and this year is very unique. I don't have to preach that anymore. So in my head, and I would like somebody to let me know if this is a very semantic issue or as we work through, is there, and I'm looking at this as an advocate. I know, Rick, that I hear you say you're comfortable with numbers coming back. But if they don't, and I know we have the leeway, is it a minutia is in the detail sometimes, and sometimes this isn't a concern, but I have to ask, if the numbers are smaller, which impacts the percentage, if we say 10%, which has always been our number for schools of choice, but our enrollment is lower, so it impacts that number. Is that a big impact in that? Is that neither here nor there in the long term? Am I making sense? So
I think we'd have to have such a drastic enrollment decrease at the resident level before you would see any kind of tremendous impact. Remember, most of our grade levels are still at the 9 to 10. Our district average is 8. We have a couple that are in the 12 range based on overall, but we see, like anything else, enrollment changes there too. That 12% in, let's just say grade 3, and I don't even remember what grade it is, we would not take any third graders, you know, when they move to 4th grade next year. Chances are we're going to lose a few of those. We won't gain any, but because someone moved, they got a new job, the commute's no longer there. That's one thing that we know we can control, is not taking any more schools of choice. And through attrition over time, that number will decrease. And we see that every time. And I've shared with you in the past, the number of students that we've taken. And over the course of time, we retain about 68% of our schools of choice kids through their whole career.
So I appreciate your knowledge base and how good you are at this and your recall and everything. And for some of us, we don't see these numbers frequently enough to be able to come back at you and maintain. Maybe Jake does. I don't know. He's so good with numbers. But for me to go into this, and Ben, you're wanting to know how to move forward. I appreciate that. But for the board to be comfortable, I think, I'm not sure, I can't speak for everyone, but it sounds like we're all comfortable moving forward. And as we keep getting updates, I just don't want it to be, oh, you said 10%, even though we could do, it would end up being 11 or 12. Maybe in the future, it could be a 10 to 12% to cover that in some of the influences. So I just wanted to throw that out there with making it maybe a matter of semantics with where we're at in the future.
Okay, thank you, Birgit. Jake?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the student counts where they went. So my accounting mind went to, do we have the data to know the number of new students by grade level that have enrolled? So that could go into the mix that says, well, starting that we picked up 18 and we're 30 below projection, that means 48 have left. So it would give us an anchor point instead of letting new students, which I would have thought would be a known entity, we're creating it into a variable when I would have thought it's a known entity.
Oh, we know the new students. What I'm saying to you, Jake, is, or what you have here, the 336 is the number of students that we are looking for, I guess, if you would. Those are students who were enrolled with us last year who are not enrolled this year. So any of the other numbers account for all of those new move-ins.
I thought you said we're 336 below projection.
Yes.
So that would mean, for example, we gained 160 new students and we lost 496. So it would be 496 that we have to be looking for, because it would be net of the students that we added.
I'm not sure I'm following.
Okay, that if we had a static population coming back, that in the projections, or the projections included that we were going to pick up, I think you had 31 students or something in the numbers when we were looking at that
33,
slide.
33, yep.
So if the number that we got that were new varied from that 33, that would change how many we're looking for. So we would have to.
It does. Well, it doesn't change what we're looking for, Jake, because I've taken those students, like I said, who were enrolled with us last year, who are not enrolled this year. That's the 336 number.
Okay, maybe I'll take that offline with you, and we can come back to that. But I do have a question, because I have a friend in a different state, and they talked about this. Is there any movement at the state level or requirement on the district to find these students? And the issue they had in their district were, it's a poorer district, and they were really worried about children at risk. So is there any requirement that we actually have to track them down, or any movement on the state level to?
Not that we're required to do currently, but if we're aware, technically, that there are students living in our district that are not enrolled, then yeah, we would have an obligation to report that. But as I mentioned earlier, the state of Michigan actually is hiring, and Ben may have more information on this than I do, someone to oversee, and actually a task force to look into the, I don't know, 50,000 students, I believe it is, that the state of Michigan is down as a whole. And I would assume part of that is just what you're saying, Jake, that they're feeling, some of these folks are just saying, I'm just keeping my kid home, and they're not getting any kind of education because they're at risk, and those families don't know how to or can't find the appropriate resources, or whatever the case may be.
Good.
And
And
I don't know
then,
if you know any more about that, Ben, that task force that they're creating, or the position that.
I've heard no other updates.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the last question goes to Birgit, and this was one of the things that I had when we voted on that resolution. From a governance standpoint, it bothers me that we have not to exceed in there, because when we vote on something that says not to exceed, it shouldn't be exceeded. So I would love to give more flexible language in the motion and the resolution that we vote on to give you, to meet our goals, which says targeted at 10% instead of not to exceed. So, you know, if you ever need more flexibility from us that way, I think I'm reading our board right, that we would be open to give that to you. So make sure that you're asking for the proper flexibility from us so that we don't get into a governance issue.
Jake, just as a reminder on that, when this, the notion of schools of choice was initially adopted by this board, that there was a sentiment that was very firm about not exceeding 10%. And I think that's where that comes from. Now, times change, boards change, dynamics change, and certainly you make a good point, and that's something that if there is a need from administration to come back and talk to us about, we would certainly welcome hearing how we can be most efficient.
I mean, I didn't take issue with it, but we in some schools, we're not in compliance with what the board voted. And I don't like that. So I would rather just vote on something that we could be in compliance with.
Okay, other questions? Thank you, Jake. Other questions before we move on? Yes, Danielle.
This kind of actually probably circles back to about 40 minutes ago, but I just thought of it when we were looking at numbers. So we kind of talked about, you know, assigning kids to just virtual, but they kind of maybe have a little bit of a home school for testing and things like that. What does virtual support services look like? You know, because obviously, I don't want to say obviously, a lot of school of choice kids we get need a lot of, you know, support services, interventionalists and whatnot. So will that be distributed throughout the district? You know, if we have like a kind of home base, just kind of curious on if there's been any discussion on that aspect of it.
Yeah, actually, we've been going through the data just like we do our in-person students for a Dragon Virtual. And we do have interventionists, excuse me, that are assigned to Dragon Virtual. Now, I will tell you, right, this year it's a little bit difficult because we have more students that could use a little bit more support. That's why we're also upping our game in the summer for summer school to kind of, you know, capture some more time with the students. But the thought moving forward is it will be handled in the same way. So they will receive, they'll have to qualify for interventions just like our in-person students do, but they will receive those services. And, you know, there could be a point too where those services are delivered online, but there may be some services that are delivered in person, which we are finding with interventions is obviously more beneficial. So if the parent, you know, if we could work something out with the parent, there could be a choice as to whether the intervention would be, you know, through online or in person. So that's, yes, they would be getting that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to the 3-year budget forecast? Sounds like it. Okay. So, Jack?
In terms of my approach tonight, I plan on reviewing the executive summary, the high-level overview, then do some more digging into the actual key assumptions and walking through those, and then actually getting to the forecast itself. And then at that point, we can tear up the numbers and answer questions and things of that nature. But at this point, before we even get into this, I kind of want to reinforce the concept that the forecast deals with full-time equivalent students based upon weighted formulas, not head counts, and how the impact and changing, how that weighting is changing actually has a big impact in the forecast. So just to kind of plant that seed. So as we move into the forecast model, the general fund 3-year forecast, and keep in mind, it's a financial planning tool that's designed to identify current and near future revenue and expenditure trends. The forecast itself is going to cover fiscal 22 through 24, so the next 3 years with a bigger emphasis on 22 in terms of identifying where we think we're going to actually land next year, but keeping an eye open for trends that may spread out over the years. The base budget being used at this point for this forecast is the fiscal year 21, the year we're in's Amendment 1 budget. So, and that's kind of key this year because of COVID world. There's a lot of not usual items in this year's budget. So moving into 22, there was a lot of adjustments that really doesn't occur normally. So that's just something else to keep in the back of your mind. But as we, the three-year budget itself, or the 3-year forecast itself, was very much influenced by 3 events. The first one being the January Consensus Revenue Estimating Conference that occurred in mid-January. That's when the different sections of the governor's group, the 2 Senate Fiscal Analysis and House Analysis people, and some Treasury people, they get together and they take a look at what's actually materializing in the school aid fund and the general fund in terms of tax receipts. So that's the first thing that really impacts what comes out in the final budget. And the second piece is really the governor's budget proposal, which was released back last week, maybe a week and a half ago now, in terms of what she is thinking in terms of this coming year. The significance usually of the governor's budget proposal is it usually frames the big picture of what next year's funding will look like. Now, what's going on with this year, that might not have the same normal impact in terms of laying the framework, but that's yet to be seen. Subsequent to the governor's proposal, the House and Senate are currently working on and will be hopefully coming out in the not too distant future, their proposals. And then at some point down the line from there, a conference group is put together, and ideally the 3 perspectives come together and create what's known as a conference reported budget that gets sent forward for final approval. Hopefully that's done by June. Last year it was done by end of September when the state actually has to have by law its budgets done. I'm afraid that we're going to see a repeat of that this year because there's so many things up in the air. So just one more thing to keep the level of what can actually be identified as a certainty low is another expectation of a long drawn out process going on in Lansing. The third piece of the puzzle for this year in particular is the final formalization, approval, and appropriation of the next stimulus package, which has been talked about to death at this point at the federal level. That's the $1.9 trillion proposal that's in a world where the timing of it most likely will fall out, will impact us probably mid-year next fiscal year by the time they actually get everything through. I could be wrong. They may somehow turn a switch and speed things through, but it looks like the Republican side of the table is digging in terms of identifying pork and non-essential stuff in the 1.9 trillion. So how much longer time it'll take, I'm guessing it's going to be longer rather than shorter. But what is definitely built in there is what's referred to as ESSERS 3, in terms of, and that's the piece that will directly impact schools in the country and in our state. ESSER is the elementary, secondary school emergency relief funding. We've had 1 official version come through, ESSERS 1. The second one has been approved and signed off in December by the outgoing Trump administration. That was the $900 billion piece. Those funds are currently being a game of tug of war in the state legislature in terms of appropriating it. That'll probably be issued before our current fiscal year is over with, so it's not accounted for as new revenue next year. And that would be captured in our final amendment for this fiscal year. What I'm talking about in this piece of the forecast is affectionately known as ESSERS 3. And that's supposedly 3 to 4 times larger than ESSERS 2. And ESSERS 2 is 3 times to 4 times larger than the original appropriation. So, but in terms of a conservative point of view, we went with a more conservative, smaller number in terms of dealing with ESSER 3 and its impact on the forecast. And I'll touch on that a little bit more as I get further into some of the actual assumptions built into the model. So in terms of the consensus revenue side itself and the health of the school aid fund that was done in January, the school aid fund's in actually pretty good shape in terms of available funding relative to what's been appropriated, relative to what's there. There's a lot of talk of a supplemental budget appropriation for this fiscal year yet to happen. that would be a good thing. One of my underlying or overreaching concerns / considerations would be for this fiscal year we're in to experience a large surplus. So if something does not go as being implied next year, there's ample cushion in our fund balance so it doesn't wipe us out and doesn't destroy our programming in 1 year and gives us enough time to adjust. So that's always good. So hopefully they will get some kind of supplemental out to help build up that position. The governor's budget, her proposals herself, in terms of a quick review of that, she did use again what's known as the 2X formula in terms of distributing any new foundation allowance funding. The concept behind the 2X is that in our foundation allowance world, in this public school worlds of Michigan, there's a minimum level of funding, identified foundation level, which currently is $8,111. And then there's the target level, which we are currently at in Lake Orion, which is currently $8,529. School districts range from top to bottom, all through there. And there's a few districts which are known as the hold harmless districts who generate more than the $8,500. They go as high as 12 and 13,000 in districts like Birmingham and Bloomfield because of their hold harmless authorization. So in our world, when we're talking about the 2X formula, if the thinking is the governor's going to propose giving, say, just for easy math, $400 per pupil for distribution, the math would be the total would be 400, so to speak, in terms of the average student given, but we would receive 50% less than who's a district who's at the minimum level. So as you can see in the forecast, I'll point this out too when we get into the specific pieces of it. Fiscal 23 has a $500 assumption, and I'll explain some of the ideas behind that figure as well. That's being given to that's increasing the level of the minimal foundation allowance districts, where we'll be seeing a $250 increase. Hence the 2X. They'll get twice as much as a district who's at the target level like us. There's a lot of reasons in terms of, I personally do not think that's a fair approach. One of the primary reasons it does not account for cost of living differences, meaning districts up in the Upper Peninsula where the cost of living is drastically lower than it is in the Traverse City metro area or Detroit metro area. They're getting twice as much per student as we are. So, and I'll touch a bit more on that as we get into that too. So specifically in this model for next year, the governor's proposing $82 increase for Lake Orion, $164 increase for the minimum level districts. Along with that, she's proposing several large categorical, and categoricals are one time in nature, supposed to be, they don't tend to be that way, but they're supposed to be one time in nature money that's authorized for that given fiscal year that ends up being provided to school districts as well. In the proposal from the governor this year, it's section 29B is a new section. She's funded that with the goal of helping to minimize the impact of student loss counts on the FTE side of things, getting back to our earlier conversation. The goal of that is to help minimize the financial impact of the decline from the year we're in count, because we're using a special weighted model this year, to next year, where she's immediately moved this back to our quote unquote normal weighted count. So next year she's proposing going back to what's known as the 90-10 count. So that's 90% of, we get funded on the 90% head count of our kids that we count in this coming October of 21, and 10% of the kids that were just counted this past week in February of 2021. And that's the more normal model that's been used predominantly for the last 5 years or so, up until we came to this year. So in fiscal 21, because of the COVID impact, and particularly of items what Rick had just gone over in terms of the students, the state had set up a model to where it's more of a weighted model, to where it looks at the counts from fiscal 20 and puts a higher weight on that and compares it to a much smaller weight to the actual counts we have this year. So we get a higher funded count this year than the actual 90-10 weight would have provided for this year. So from that perspective, that's going to be impacting our district is quite a bit as well. The other piece too, I'd like to touch on in more of a detail in terms of the federal piece. The model assumes we're going to be getting at roughly $1 million in ESSER 3 money. That's about 50% more than the ESSERS 2 that Lake Orion is slated to get. It could be as high as double that. I'm of the mindset where I'm not holding my breath on that one, based on negotiations that are going on at the federal level and what will the last stimulus package will actually look like. I think it's conservative and fair to expect a material amount of additional federal funding for this coming school year, but to apply the straight formula increases that's occurred in the last 2 rounds of ESSER, I don't think is wise for our district, hence the using $1 million in that terms of estimation. It's roughly a 1.5 versus a 3 or a 4 increase. With all that in mind, I do think our scenario that's presented for fiscal 22, it's what I like to describe as the most likely scenario. Lots of times you'll see worst case, best case, and most likely presented. The problem when you show a best case and a worst case, and if you don't land right where you're most likely, or at least have a trend there, nobody has any confidence in any of them. So what we try to do with this model is take our most reliable numbers, try to lean to the conservative on that side, and then put it into our model so we can have a relative level of confidence that it's the most likely scenario and yet still be a little conservative. So if there is a miss on an assumption, it's in the direction of providing additional either student counts or revenues. In any other year other than the year that we're in now and the year that's coming, that approach has been very, very predictable and solid. This coming year, again, with this, much like this year, is going to be much of the building the plane as you're flying it approach in terms of what's going on with the state and negotiations for budgets there, the federal level, all of that. And all the districts are caught in the middle trying to figure out, by law, we have to have a budget in place by June. So from the perspective of more specifically getting down to some actual numbers and stuff that are in the model before moving to the actual outcome. Now, I purposely don't show the forecast first because I'd lose 50% of you if I did that. So I like to make everybody go through all the details and then we get to the final forecast. But I do, in terms of the actual revenue expenditure side pieces of it, for the biggest piece of the revenue pieces on the local side, our property tax in the model is estimated to climb just under 5%. Our tax base has still been pretty solid and pretty healthy. So we'll be landing at about the $8.9 million local levy tax. Our investment revenue is going to be basically non-existent again this year. Everybody's pretty familiar with what's going on in the interest rates of the world. The only real concern about our interest rates is that this year, it's a matter of basis points, as opposed to, a 2% return. We'll be lucky to get a 0.1 or 1% return this year and next year, probably for the next few years, depending upon how much the Federal Reserve keeps the pedal to the metal in terms of funding the economy with money. And this is one way to do it. The other flip side of that coin is that there's been so much money, and one of the pieces is this next federal stimulus package that's being looked at, that has been flooded and pumped into the economy, that this rate of return could be 5%, 6-7% in the next 2 or 3 years, which unintuitively would be a bad thing, because then we're experiencing a very bad case of inflation. The more times you pour, basic economics, and you pour a ton of money into an economy, at some point there's going to be a ton of inflation showing up, and the way to kill inflation is to push inflation rate or interest rates through the roof, much like it was done in the early 1980s. But hopefully we don't get to that point. So, but at that point, the investment revenue is going to stay very low. In this model, the year we're in now, the fee-based revenues that the district generates, whether it's related to, pay to play, or all the different enrichment programs and different items that the district does that has a fee tied to it, this current year is probably 20 to 25% of a quote unquote normal year. This model makes the assumption that we're going to get a big recovery in that in the coming year. And one of the underlying assumption to that is that as we move into the next year, most of the COVID world restrictions, ideally all of them, will be gone by then, and we'll be moving heavily back into theater rentals and facility rentals and things along those lines. So I think the fee-based revenue will be getting back close to normal. On the state aid side, the big impactors there are going to be what we get funded on a foundation level piece. This model assumes about the $82 piece that the governor has put out. In terms of our actual pupil counts, actually, before I go there, with the new $82 amount, our new foundation allowance in our district would move up to $8,611 per pupil. So also built in there is that the governor does propose to take away an existing foundation, an existing categorical she gave this year called Section 11D, which essentially was a $65 per pupil payment, which should have been put into the foundation allowance and made permanent, but they specifically made a new categorical out of it, so they can take it away next year. So in terms of our side of things, in terms of the revenue drivers, between our foundation allowance piece and categorical money, and then tied to the enrollment projections, that's where the big revenue piece, the major revenue piece comes in for our district. So in terms of our assumptions, in terms of what we're budgeting for in fiscal 22 from a FTE, full-time equivalent student count, and that's what we get paid on, we're budgeting for a decline of 227 FTE relative to this year. So now this year, the number, our FTE that we're getting paid on is 7,214. Remember, that's got that special weighted formula put in place because of COVID. So that's an artificially high number. And the original talk that was going around Lansing for next year was to come up with something along the lines of a 3-year weighted average. So you do the 90-10 for fiscal 20, 21, and 22, add them up, divide by 3. And that's what district you get paid on. So that starts moving districts back to the normal 90-20 model, but without the quick drop down to the enrollment lost impact that you see, like the 90-10 is producing for us this year. That's apparently not happening. It still may come back. Hopefully there'll be a pushback at the legislative level that gets a more stable approach to the foundation level, or excuse me, about the enrollment count that's going to be funded with foundations. But based on what the governor's proposed and what I said earlier about, the governor usually frames the big picture, and then it's a matter of moving the deck chairs around. That's where in this model, we're looking at a 227 decline. So that's a model that takes us from their 7212 count this year, FTE count, to 680, where's my exact number? 6,987. The 6,987 is basically taking our head counts as we know them now, accounting for the amount we've been historically picking up over the last 4 or 5 years. That's the 33 kids that Rick was talking about earlier, and assuming we're going to recover a large piece of the 335 kids that have quote unquote not been with us this year. So that gets us to just under 7,000. So using those numbers in the model for the revenue side, those are the big drivers on the revenue side. Moving to the expenditure side, of course, the single, as you know, the single biggest cost structure that occurs in our district is our people. We are a service provider, as in the school district, and 85% of our costs are people, between wages and fringe benefits, which is standard across all public school districts. So for what's built in this model, we do this every year in the forecast. We approach the wage base, and I speak to the wage number, the salary and wages that we pay all our employees. I call it the wage base within the funding model. And we make adjustments to it from year to year based upon known things, things that are potential, things that are generic in nature, so that there's a reasonable and confident number being associated to what that total wage base would look like. But without going for specific conclusions on things. And what I really mean there is that in any given year, you've got negotiations going on, you've got staff and personnel shifting lanes within different contracts based upon their educational attainment, all those kinds of things you've got and that feed into our wage base. So we take a rather generic approach and try to come up with an outcome that we think will be in a relevant range of where it will land. So that's the big piece is the wages. And that number that's in the forecast is budgeted at $43,072,778 in terms of the projection model. Now, ideally, a good projection wouldn't take it down to $778 because that's a little too exact for a projection, but but the math, the way the Excel spreadsheets are set up, it just spits out that number in terms of the specifics. So I go ahead and use it. Whether we're going to land on that specific number, I can guarantee you we will not land on $43,072,778. But we're very confident that we will land at or near that number, give it take a little higher, give it take a little low. So using that concept, moving into the next big expenditure piece that the district carries, the other piece that's usually a big cost driver is related to our mixers retirement costs in the district. The governor also did publish in her proposals the different targeted rates that they're going to apply for this coming year. That's what their records at this point are going to go with. They could change a little bit, but it's more than likely will be end up what she's got published. So when the 7 different retirement programs that exist in public school world, when you take the different rates that apply to each one and apply it to our wage structure within our district, we come up with a weighted rate to apply for modeling. So this year for fiscal 22, we're using 27.375% as the weighted rate. Some of the programs have 28.235, some have 20.96. It's just the weighted rate of the group of those different rates. So when that's put into the model, it generates about just under 11,800,000 in expected retirement expenses. The next big cost piece of the puzzle is the healthcare insurance piece. I just want to clarify here too, a lot of times because public schools operate in healthcare cap world, when this model speaks to increases to caps, it's not speaking to insurance rate growth, like policy growth from year to year that, HAP will come and say your rate increase is going to be 6.5%. It's not that. The rate that's in this model estimates what the difference from year to year healthcare utilization will be under the control of the rate caps. And the real driver of change there is we may have 20 teachers that are relatively young and taking single health insurance pieces, and they get married. Now they're going to take 2-person insurance, or one of them, the married teacher will take 2-person version. So that healthcare cost goes up. For that example, we may have someone retiring, a number of people retiring who've been taking family for a number of years and being replaced with new teachers or staff. We're going to now take singles. So when you add all that mixed together, that's what the rate growth of this model tries to capture. So in terms of the budget for that, it's just over 7.1 million. The current year we're in with just under 7 million. So it's probably going to be 150,000 increase driven by the different estimated movement within the insurance selection pieces. So in terms of the funding, we do direct funding for our buildings in terms of fundings allocated to a building, and the buildings specifically allocate how they want to run a few different programs, handle supplies and things like that with that funding. We're going to go back to our student levels that we used in 2020 before pandemic world. So that's what's listed also in the model at on a per pupil, elementary per pupil, middle school, and high school per pupil amount. And then the electrical and the utility pieces, gas and electric, are usually big ticket items. So I just break those out separately. They're fairly stable. They're ticking up. Electrical will be ticking up to about 1.1 million, and natural gas is pretty stable at 350,000 in terms of the budget. So at this point, I'd like to move everybody to, it's page 12 of the report, and I believe it's page 68, I want to say, in the board packet. For the actual model itself, it's a single page, looks like this one. And it's the actual forecast model. So it is projecting for, in terms of our proposed fiscal 22, our total revenues being 85,444,622. Our total expenditures are anticipated at 85,248,480. Projecting, creating an operating surplus of just under 200,000, 196,000 and change. And then feeding into the fund balance. And it brings us down to a projected fund balance of $8,530,439, or just at 10%. Fund balance is 10% of our expenditure base. And as you can see, the next thing I always look at in this 3-year model, I don't focus so much on the revenue and expenditures. My eyes immediately go to the operating surplus piece, and it shows the trend there. It shows based upon these assumptions that it's a slow growing surplus. At some point, like when you get out to forecast fiscal 24, we're just under 600,000 year surplus. From a board's decision in a operating point of view, we'd probably make some decisions that would utilize some of that 600,000 surplus if the trends hold and we get there to be used in some other programming. So we really probably wouldn't land with the 600,000 surplus unless we intentionally planned on that in fiscal 24. So with all that said, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. I know it's a lot of detail. It's pretty dry in nature, but it is from a concept of the school year that we're in relative to the one we're coming to. These are probably the two most turbulent years I've experienced in my time. I'm 26, 27 years in schools. But relative to what's in here, I mean, from a confidence level, relative to 4 years ago, my confidence in this forecast is lower, but we're still pretty comfortable that in the big picture of the program here, that if, as we move into next year, something doesn't materialize, such as the federal funding doesn't materialize, that we are in a position from a fund balance point of view that through the amendment process and then subsequent fiscal year operating changes to absorb any unexpected or unplanned on change and do a quick pivot to adjusting and addressing those issues.
All right, questions for John. It's hard to have anything but a lower expectation of your confidence when you had a $12 variance on an $80 million budget a few years ago. So it's very understandable. All right, Jake.
Hey, John, you mentioned that you were going to touch upon the fiscal year 23. Why do you think the state will be able to increase the minimum by 500 and the target by 250?
Yeah, the proposal from the governor this year, that section 29B I had mentioned earlier, there's several $100 million in that line. It's a new categorical line and specifically designed to be a supplemental supportive thing for this coming year, 22, for districts like us who are experiencing a quick drop off in terms of, or I shouldn't say drop off, a quick recognition of a decline in our enrollment. So there's several $100 million, and that money that she's using to fund that is money that's going to exist in 2023, because it's money that's materializing from the normal income streams of the school aid fund. It's not tied to federal money. It's not one-time money. So as we move into 2023, as the focus of a more equitable / addressing the funding equity issues, it's been the hot topic in the state for a number of years now. That money would be ideally used to, instead of using it in a categorical, install it in the foundation. So we'll have our normal increase, plus there'll be additional money that exists this year that ideally ends up as a foundation. It could be used in a different one-time categorical next year. Either way, we'll end up with that money in our budget for next year. I'm always a proponent of put the money in the foundation allowance. It's predictable. Districts can plan on it. The best example is that section 11D that's in this year's budget, and this year it's a state categorical. It represents $65 per pupil, and all districts got it. They should have simply raised all districts' foundation allowance $65 and left it there to grow forward with. So districts can plan on the consistency of knowing that money's there and can plan forward. But, they don't let me make those decisions there yet.
Yeah, I mean, we know the reasons why that would happen. But when I look at the numbers, I see between fiscal 22 and fiscal 23 that the local source plus state revenues goes up by 2.1 million, which would imply $300 per student when there's 7,000 students. So I guess that's where my struggle was. If we've added a categorical into 22 and it goes into the allowance, how does our revenue from local and state sources go up by 2.1 million year over year?
If you add roughly 2.5 million to 7,000 kids, So keep in mind, that's probably just under, I gotta do the quick math there. It's 1.5 million. And then the other categories themselves are going up. And remember, we're still recovering fee-based revenue. So that's a big piece of the local, and the property
Okay.
tax itself is climbing.
Yeah, so the property tax though, so that we just make sure I understand this properly, that we collect in non-homestead,
Mhm.
the state just gives us the difference, right?
Right.
So the more we collect from non-homestead local millage, it just reduces the amount the state gives us. But not
Right.
to give anybody the wrong impression, if you don't collect it at 18 mil, the state won't make it up. They'll only make up the difference between what the per pupil is versus your 18 mil homestead, correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't get, because our local property tax base goes up, it doesn't bring Lake Orion more money in the operating fund, just so everybody, anybody who's listening to these wonderful details would understand that that's not how it works. We need it to be 18 mils on our non-homestead, or else we're losing out.
Yeah, the state assumes the districts are all levying their 18 mils.
Yes. All right, so to go there, but a question I had for the rest of the board to consider, and I guess I'll start with the question to you, John. You might not be able to answer, but fiscal year 21, if our surplus is better, are you projecting our surplus is going to be bigger than the last amended budget?
Depending upon what the state does, there's talk of a supplemental this year. So that could be, I mean, there's also, we know there's ESSERS 2 coming in some form, and it better come in sometime this year. Now, there is a struggle going on in the legislature and the governor. The Republican position is leveraging the appropriation process to get some other things relative to laws like the 1945 Emergency Powers Act addressed before certain appropriations were approved. So, and caught up in that money now is the ESSERS 2 money that we know we're going to be getting some on. That will be captured in the final amendment. So in this forecast, it's not accounted for. So I'm pretty confident we're going to have a higher than a 1.5 million. I'm not saying absolutely going to have it, because we may have a turnaround and some issues where we've got to pay out just some unknown stuff because of the years we're in. We may decide we need to go put something in every HVAC unit that costs, huge money, kind of thing.
So the question to the board and the administration is, if our surplus is bigger, the money was given to these extra ESSERS money, et cetera, were given to us to educate children during a pandemic. And if we put the money in the fund balance, are we staying true to those principles? So do we need to examine how much we want to use that money to build fund balance versus are there educational programs, and I'll call them short term, because we don't have a learning loss, we have a shortfall in learning gains this year. So is there a way that and I would put this out to administration, but also would the board support it, to say, is there something that we should be using that surplus money for to help our students hire more interventionists, for example, but not simply to bank all the money as fund balance? And I know for me, it's a 180 from where I was before about, yeah.
Let me add to that though, before conversation starts in that direction. The base 1.5 million surplus that you do see here is the payback for the 1.5 million that we lost last year. Remember the earlier conversations about timing. So the state took 1.5 million from us at the last minute in August last year out of last year's budget basically from our fund balance. This 1.5 million you see here now is the state refund, basically repaying that. So in terms of money that comes in above and beyond that, keep in mind, there's certain things that could or could not go on next year from a funding point of view, that from a tempering the willingness to go spend, even on one-time money. Let's say that federal money doesn't materialize next year. Anything that we have built up in surplus coming in this year will help next year. So just to kind of lay the groundwork.
Well, I think we need to be mindful of what the long-term outlook of the board has been, that, and it's served us very well when other districts were in a struggle, that by building fund balance, we buffer our risk to our core programs, and we've been able to maintain program over an extended period of time that other districts have had to cut because we did preserve our fund balance. And so when you couple that with what John said about it really is a repayment from money that was extracted from us last year, that was part of the fund balance, is really more of a replacement than it is a newfound money. And I, for one, and I'm not going to speak for the board because I'm sure everybody has their own thoughts on it, believe that our primary responsibility is to maintain our core programs. And as much as I would like to look at enhancements, I, for one, would be in favor of replacing that fund balance funding that John referred to that was taken from us by means of how things were structured previously, and ensure that our core programs, when threatened, will have the opportunity to continue longer than they might otherwise. And I think that's been your thought as well. And so
it had been, but that was before the pandemic changed my view. So what my point is, if there is a larger than the replacement level surplus this year, I would want to hear from administration. Are there targeted programs that we can put in for the next year or two to help the students who struggled this year and didn't get all the learning gain, get those students caught up? So I'm more concerned with the students in 21, 22, 22, 23 than worrying about keeping core programs. I still want to do that. But if we have if administration recommends spending some more money next year to help out students who didn't get what they needed this year, I want to know if the rest of the board would be open to that, or if the long-term strategy of building the fund balance, protecting core programs, which is our priority right now.
The core programs are tier one, and we have to keep those stable in order to continue to grow forward. And so, and I think you recognize that in us utilizing the funds that we have received, we have been addressing the immediate. We have been planning moving forward as far as like our summer school, and then our assessment data will continue to tell us as we take our third assessment in the spring what our needs are going to be. That all comes within our school improvement planning that occurs in the spring for the fall. So those funds that maybe you're recognizing as going into the fund balance, that money will be, spent, allocated for core programs as well as tier two programs to support students for sure. And I think we've done that pretty well so far, thinking today and thinking tomorrow.
When they use the term core programs, I think we both mean not necessarily state mandated, but a great example in Lake Orion is team teaching at the middle level, which is something that we have wanted to do, even though there is, for lack of a better term, a budgetary inefficiency in staffing to doing it. And when the board was faced with all the challenges in the last 10 years, that there were certain things like that we viewed as our core that we wanted to hang on to and not have to slash a great program like that. So I think that's what we mean by core, is things that are actually optional that we've built into our DNA.
I'm sure that if there were programs that administration came to us with that wanted to utilize some of those funds, I'm sure that the board would certainly listen and analyze it and make a good decision on it. And I would ask administration to do that if they need to. But I think that that issue of replacement of the fund balance is one that is an insurance policy for us, as we are looking at some, as always, as we have for the last 20 years, hard times ahead. And some of the funding that we have gotten over and above that replacement funding was a bit of a windfall, but a temporary one at that. Birgit?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I just wanted to clarify that, John, a lot of the dollars that were, for lack of a better word, awarded in this past year, it came with strings tied to it that we have had to use. And I know that Heidi has used those diligently for the students as needed and as appropriate. And I have complete faith that in her, that she is bringing forth what she has needed and is needing for the students' academic success. And if John is proposing for the fund balance, that, especially since it's replacing what I'm hearing from the state, then I have the utmost confidence that Heidi's fulfilling the needs of our students academically.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna allude to, Birgit, is that we're already preparing for some of those funds, obviously, to be used for summer school. We're already in that planning, knowing that it has to be, provide more service than we typically would. But I think that there's a balance there, that we'll be able to provide more service and intervention to kids, but also be able to add more to the fund balance. And I think it was Jim who had mentioned, previously, that, as we continue to gather data on our students, we just did a whole presentation on how our students are performing, and we're making plans for the summer. Those will continue to adjust as we continue to collect data, but we know for sure that our summer programming has to look different, has to look bigger than what it typically would, because of what our students have gone through. So, there could be other things that, I bring to the board as well, as we, discover what our students need. But some of that preparing is already taken place, or is being, projected for the summer for sure.
Yeah, to both Jake's and Birgit's point, as we move forward too, I mentioned there's a potential for a supplemental budget being added to the year we're in. If that's a material amount, that's going to be a whole different conversation piece. So,
Right.
So to your point, Jake, and I mean, there's, in terms of how to handle that, it's a whole different conversation. So, but that to me is one of those, I'll believe it when I see it kind of things. So.
Other questions for John? I did have one question while people are thinking here. Is in your circles, are there any further conversations about MIPSR's relief?
They are looking at, how the state every year, they put a direct piece amount, a dollar amount into the fund relative to their
147C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to go up. They are pushing that up, but in terms of actually a big fix, along the lines of a bonding process or something, nothing.
No more conversation. Huh?
And we've got these incredibly historically low rates. This is the time to do it, but
This it really
nothing
would
but
be.
crickets on it. Yeah.
Well, there is, and it was going to be my legislative update, but Alberts has made a proposal to increase the rate for reporting units to 2.25 to pay it off 1 year sooner. But that's just in the proposal stages. It's early. Doesn't really do a lot. Like I said, it's 1 year. But that's all I've heard.
Okay, other questions for John before we tie this section up? All right.
Thank you.
Well, I know we'll have plenty more. Lots of questions. Thank you, John. All right, we're at a break time here. What's your pleasure? It's 6:14. We had scheduled a 15-minute break. Do we want to stick with that? Looks like we do. Okay, so let's call it 6:30 and we'll resume at 6:30.
Please remember to mute your mics and your videos.
Thank you. And let's pick up where we left off, and we'll move to governance and the superintendent's update. Ben.
All right, thank you. I am going to move into the legislative update, and we did talk about a few things previous, so I will cut those out. But I did want to just remind everybody that we still are required by the most recent order to have our Board of Ed meetings virtually. It's not an option for us to have that in person, so I just want to make sure that everybody remembers that. Also, there was an announcement on Monday that the U.S. Department of Ed has invited states to request a waiver for the 2021 school year for accountability and school identification requirements in the federal Elementary and Secondary Education Act, known as ESEA, and a state receiving this waiver would not be required to implement and report the results of federally approved accountability systems. So we'll wait and see on that, but that is, I would say, some good news for school districts. There is a piece of legislation that has been discussed, sponsored by Hornberger, and what it would add school calendar and schedule to the prohibited subjects of bargaining. Again, it's just something that's being talked about, and not sure that it's real important at this point in time in what we're doing in education, but it is something that is being talked about at the legislative level. So I wanted to share that. Anybody have any questions around legislative updates?
Ben, do you, regarding that news from the federal level for the waiver, do you have a time frame on that?
They just invited, it came out Monday, they just invited districts to go ahead and apply for the waiver. So what that waiver process looks like at the building level, I don't know that, or excuse me, at the state level, I don't know that, but it's the Michigan Department of Ed that would have to be applying for that.
Okay, and then for the new legislation in the state that you just referred to, is the district taking a stand on that?
You're talking about the school calendar?
Correct.
At this point, we've talked about it as superintendents in the county. We have some legislative priorities as OSCA. Currently, that is not one of our legislative priorities. So we've asked our legislative committee to take a look at it and really get a recommendation for our county superintendents. Frankly, where I stand at it at this point is I know, as far as our labor relations, they've been, been terrific. We've got a good system in place to address the calendar. In a district like ours, I don't think that this is something, certainly not today, that we need to be addressing as a prohibited topic.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, then I'm going to go ahead and I have extended COVID update. So I'm going to do a share screen here. Hopefully it comes up fine. Can you guys see that okay? Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to work my way through our extended COVID plan like I normally do. This is one we have really been taking, a lot of input. I think it's really important to, take a moment and really say thank you to many people, because this has been a work. This has been work that has, taken on a lot of input. This is a big, like a big recipe, and there's a lot that goes into this. And I wanted to work my way through and talk explicitly about some of the feedback that we've gotten and some of the data that we have received as far as making these decisions. I have to recognize that the families have been doing what we've been asking. Really appreciate that. Our staff has been doing a wonderful job of implementing our plans, and we continue to know that will be the case moving forward. We have a great staff. Obviously there's different perspectives, staff, parents, community, but we will certainly continue to serve our children, and I want to roll through our plan. I've talked about this guiding data that we've had for quite some time. I do want to work my way through this. The Operating Schools Safely Plan, that is the document that the state has shared with us. And one of the things I want to recognize in this is that we, as far as mitigation strategies, we are able to perform all of these. Really important to recognize that at the state level in this document, they are saying 3 feet of social distancing and other mitigation strategies. Sometimes it gets, confused or talked about. The 6 feet is what's required. And the 6 feet is really the standard that's used for quarantining. We have certainly used 6 feet in our current settings so that we, do reduce the quarantines, especially at the secondary level, but 3 feet is what is being, shared through the Operating Schools Safely document provided by the state of Michigan. The testing results, as I've said for weeks now, there's a quick turnaround that really helps us as far as exposures and reducing those. The district COVID data per 10,000, again, this is the district data that we have, and I just have this all, it's getting to be, a lot of rows and a lot of numbers, but what this again shows is that we have 11 weeks of either improving, which are green, and there's 2 reds in here, but you can see there's not a big difference in numbers, either improving or stable COVID numbers. 13.3, as you can see, as you look back, 13.3, where we currently were last Thursday, is as low as, we have been since they really started to track these COVID numbers in the school district. The positivity rate also has continued to decline, and that has, again, the improvement in our county. We're at 3.3%. That is extremely low from where we were, and certainly it is actually lower than where we were when we went back into October, I believe, if not lower, right close to it. So. But it continues to improve, and it's stabilizing, and as a state, we're doing a nice job, and as a county and a school district, same thing. So we've talked about the quarantines, the positive tests and transmissions as this, being an important data point, and it continues to be. The first bullet point here, guideline changes for COVID positive individuals and vaccinated individuals. I put that in there because it's really important for our operational standpoint. Those individuals who have had documented cases of COVID and those individuals who have their second vaccination plus 14 days, meaning 14 days after their second vaccination, do not have to quarantine if they are exposed to another individual with COVID-19. So that really is a game changer, so to speak, for as far as operational. So the number of people that we would have to quarantine definitely would be on the decline. I've talked already about the district's weekly numbers being low. Our total number in the district, this was as of yesterday as I was preparing this, we had 77 cases, and those are the cases that are actually on the front page of our website, where people can see what buildings have had COVID positive students or staff members or individuals that have been within those buildings while they were infectious. And the high schools had 24 of those cases. And it's really important to understand what you see on that table is not the number of students, for example, that have COVID that attend our schools, but it's the number of students or staff that were actually physically in our buildings during their infectious period. Therefore, we had to consider quarantines, because sometimes people get that confused. But again, our total number is 77, but quite a few of those cases are at the high school level, and that becomes important as we, talk about our future. We have had one outbreak, and an outbreak is considered two cases in one classroom that happened within the last couple of weeks. So we have some information around that. The number of school transmitted cases in the northern region, as I talk with other districts that have been in person for extended periods of time, still remain very low. Total count, when I last checked last week, it was at 4. So that has not been a large issue, the transmissions in schools. We are continuing to evaluate our program integrity, and certainly the consistency is really important. We obviously are able to deliver our education, and we're doing, from many standpoints, a very nice job, and we'll continue to get better. And the consistency is something that has been very clear, and it's been articulated by many that it's very important that we maintain consistency, and we think that we can do that moving forward. As far as the Oakland County Health Division, the information that we're getting is that the positive trends are really good. And obviously, I've talked about that already. The experiences others have had, they've been able to operate successfully. Again, school transmissions are very low. Many say that, and that has been the indication. Many other districts around us have been successful with their transitions as they've gone back with in-person instruction, more extended periods of time. And certainly there's a lot of support for in-person instruction from our epidemiologists and the health divisions. And ultimately, keeping our schedules consistent is something that is important to all of us. And I wanted to recognize, and it is obviously a little bit early, but I know it is on people's minds, the information that we have is going into what we would look at spring break, but going into spring break, whatever schedule we're using at that point, we're being encouraged to continue with that schedule immediately following the break. There was a notion in a time that it was that people thought that we should go to a remote setting for 10 to 14 days after because of travel and that. But the reality is we did not recognize those spikes that were of major concern around the Thanksgiving and the holidays. So they have continued to tell us to continue with our scheduling. We have received a lot of stakeholder feedback, very, very important for sure. Again, one of the ingredients in this whole recipe that we call a recommendation here, but it has been vast, and there has been a lot of it, and I do appreciate it. And I think it's really important for all of us to understand that we all have different perspectives as we look at this. And it's really important how we, treat those that have a different perspective than us as we move forward. And as far as considering, some of the thoughts around the thought exchange we did, I bring to you some of the information that we got from the community thought exchange. And if you take a look at this, as you kind of look at this slide, this was one of the simple survey questions that was put in the very front. There was two, these are the two, basically. This was one question and this was the second question, but just gives a little bit of an idea of where people stood. What's really important in all of this, I think, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of the thoughts, but the engagement was tremendous in the community. We had 2,352 people participate in this thought exchange. We had over almost 2,500 thoughts, and we had over 105,000 ratings. So what that equals out to is that means that each participant went in and looked at and rated at least 40, well, on average, 44 thoughts. That is significant. And that continued as we had this open. The average is 8 ratings. So that tells you a little bit about the engagement and the importance of this to the community. And as far as staff, we had over 500 participants, the same number of thoughts, and we had 18,000 ratings, which is about 34 ratings per participant. Bottom line is, from the community standpoint, they have a strong interest. DK to 5 and the children at multiple levels, you can see here that people are very interested in the community and moving forward with more instructional time for our students. And as we recognize that, we also recognize the thoughts that were in the thought exchange. And this is the power of the thought exchange, not just understanding one simple survey question. I told you how many of the different thoughts were there. We have the ability to go through and look at those thoughts and really extrapolate what they mean by certain thoughts, because we can kind of pick out some themes. And that's what this is. This is actually called a heat map, but these are themes, and these are really the top 3 themes from high school parents. So they're concerned about the learning, they're concerned about the mental health of their children, and they really have a strong feeling about kids going full time. So what we really get out of this is this whole socialization piece. And as we dig into those thoughts, there is a lot of want. And at that point in time, we're talking about the high school sports and activities, and that all has come to fruition, which I'm very happy about. And our kids have been able to participate. There was some concern, and this has been shared with the high school, obviously, but the participation on the asynchronous days was something that a lot of parents were concerned about. So we definitely will be needing to address that moving forward. And then the whole idea of, more change would potentially be a problem, just the inconsistency, and, families want to know, moving forward. So that is some of the information we got around the high school. And I think it's just really important to understand that is the largest, student population that we have, obviously, with over 2,000 students. And we really need to be wise as we move forward so that we don't move backwards. This is also the group that has credits tied to college and, transcripts. And so we really need to keep that in mind moving forward. As far as the middle level, again, this is the heat map, and, some key words here that really came through on a lot of the thoughts, but the key concerns or thoughts, students having a consistent schedule. There was a lot of concern as we dug down into that about the every other day hybrid. There was a lot of concern expressed in those thoughts, and people were looking for something a little bit more consistent at this age level. And also the whole positive mental health and the socialization, that is something that, we've been hearing about. We know that, we recognize that, we've surveyed that, we've been addressing that, but that's certainly on the parents' mind, as it should be, just like it is on ours. And then the current schedule really came up a lot as being a significant issue for parents. At the elementary level, again, the themes here, key concerns and thoughts. They really felt like additional time was necessary. There's was some concern about the academic growth of the children in the K-5 level. And so we certainly think that we'll be addressing that with our plans moving forward. The social emotional, certainly, important to our families at this level as well. And then lastly, this current schedule challenging for parents, the work schedules and the short amount of time in school from the parent perspective was really problematic. And they're asking us to consider that as we move forward. The staff had a lot of, great feedback and thought as well. Really desire the consistency. They don't want to be changing schedules, over and over. And, we don't want that either. We feel like we're putting together something that we all can be successful in. We also heard from staff that vaccinations were important. Our staff has been very good about getting those that want the vaccination, getting the vaccination. Oakland County Health Division tells us that everybody that is in their system by the first week of March will be set up with at least their first round. And we know that we've got a lot of people that have already had their second shot. And we don't want to, go backwards. And certainly the vaccination is something that is going to help keep people in and not have to quarantine over time. A lot of ability from the staff perspective, a lot of concern. They just want to make sure that we can continue and avoid our operational challenges that we faced before. But again, the data points were much different. The quarantine guidance has changed quite a bit. Our mitigation strategies are there. We can do this. We can move forward with our students and really address the academic and social emotional needs that that are lagging at this point in time. So as we move forward, keep in mind all of these changes, and there are some changes here. All of these changes in the schedule, we have to balance busing and food service. It's just a big puzzle. It's again, you've heard me say this, but it's like restarting the whole school year. So our bus routes have to start over. Our staffing has to be readjusted to make sure we're have enough people to serve food, lunches, have breakfast ready, and so on. So I just want people to understand that as we make these changes. So at the elementary level, what we're looking at beginning March 8th, okay, that's starting March 8th. So that gives us time to make adjustments. It gives families time. We are looking to start our early start elementaries at 8:35 and conclude at 3 o'clock. Our late starts would be 9 to 3:25. This is very similar to what we did in October. So what we will be doing is adding back instructional time, the lunches at school, where we will be providing 6 feet while the children eat. And then the breakfast will still be sent home the day prior. So those families that want to partake in the breakfast, the children will pick that up on their way out. We will be going back to the specials in person. Beginning March 8th. And this is the schedule that we're looking to move forward with for the remainder of the year. I'm hoping that we can continue to come to you in the next few months and just simply continue to authorize the plan that we have in place for elementary for the remainder of the year. Obviously, if things go crazy with COVID and there's shutdowns by MD, HHS, those are some things that we cannot control. But operationally, we feel like we'll be able to continue to do this for the remainder of the year. There's always a lot of details and the additional information will be shared by building administrators. So I wanted to make sure that I share that because there will be some questions around that. So as I move to the middle school, again, we are looking at some changes. We are looking at a schedule from 7:55 to 2:10. And again, this is similar to the November schedule. And what we are going to do within that schedule will be very similar to what we did in November as far as having larger chunks of time to reduce the transitions and the number of exposures that students will have and staff will have. We will revert back to that schedule. We will be doing lunch again. And again, 6 feet will be expected and used at the middle school level. Same concept with the breakfast. They will pick that up for the next day. The idea of finishing at 2:10 provides our staff an opportunity to continue to provide the Dragon virtual classes. So those that are not involved in Dragon Virtual may not realize it, but our tremendous staff at the middle schools and at the high schools have this assigned to them outside of their regular teaching duties. So they need to have some additional time. And this gives them a little bit of additional time to continue to plan for those Dragon virtual classes. Along with the bus schedules, it works out well for us to have a dismissal at 2:10. Again, this starts March 8th, as all these changes will, and we do intend to do this for the remainder of the year. And again, specifics will be coming from the building administrator. As far as the high school and learning options, we are looking to maintain our current schedules. We did talk a little bit about the high school concern with the number of students, the credits that are provided to the students. We don't want to do switching and compromise any of that success rate and whatnot as far as their transcripts. So we will continue with this schedule. Again, for a bit of time here, we will continue to do the grab and go lunch and breakfast like we have at the high school level. Learning options, their schedule will remain the same as to where it's at right now. And this tool will allow our staff to provide the asynchronous lessons if we continue this. And we're going to continue to push at the high school level. We have, obviously we've got people working to try to figure out how we can continue to move forward. And I am looking at April 12th, which is the fourth quarter, really want to do something more at the high school level. We've talked about some different options, but we are looking hopefully in April to do more at the high school level. So that would really be the only additional change moving forward for the remainder of the year. Likely there's some options that we've looked at, but I guess I won't share, kind of what we're thinking, but this shortened day of 9:40 to 2:35 has worked out well with transportation and some of the other schedules. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Pine Tree Center, again, kind of sticking where we're at in 8:50 to 3:15 would be their actual times. We will start this on March 8th. And again, additional information will be coming. We feel really strongly that we can do this. We wouldn't put our staff and students, in a situation that we didn't think that we can be successful. We've seen a lot of, decisions made. We've had to, make some decisions moving forward, moving backwards. I think we're in a situation, looking at the numbers, looking at our experiences, other districts' experiences, that we can do this. Bottom line is, first bullet point is really important. If someone is sick, whether it's a student or staff member, we have to make sure that they stay home. We don't want to risk the exposure. And bottom line is, everybody keeps doing their part. We're going to be able to move forward at a really good pace. So that's the information I wanted to share. I'm sure there's going to be some questions. I am going to get out of the screen share. Yes, thank you. I had to get out of there because I couldn't see anybody for hands and stuff. So I apologize, and that's why I didn't stop, but I'm sure there's lots of questions. So go ahead, Jim.
Okay, question, please. Susan.
Yeah, Ben, I just wanted to confirm with you. I know that on your first slide, you mentioned that, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, that the operating school safety recommendations is now at 3 feet separation.
Yeah, when the governor put that out, that was on I think January 8th, if my memory serves me correct. But when they put that out, they did have that as 3 feet. Again, we're currently at 6 feet everywhere. We'll continue to try to do that because ultimately we want to reduce the exposures. But 3 feet is what it is that they are telling us to make sure we maintain.
That was what I wanted to clarify. We're still going to try for the 6 feet in all cases possible.
As much as possible, but as we increase, like for example, as we increase the density at the middle school, there's going to be less than 6 feet in some instances. There are going to be some classrooms where they're able to, be more spread out, but yes.
But we won't go below the 3 feet.
Not intentionally. I mean, middle school kids, elementary kids, they'll come together, they'll, love on one another, they'll do the different things that they do, but us intentionally, with us planning, we are at 3 feet plus, and we were trying to be at 6.
All right, other questions? Yes, Danielle.
I just had a couple of questions, Ben. For the first one, well, first of all, thank you for your presentation and all the thought that has gone into all of this. I know it has not been an easy task, and all of your efforts and the cabinet's efforts are not taken for granted. But one of the things you said was, if someone is vaccinated or has had a documented case, they do not have to quarantine. I'm more specifically asking about, how long ago would they have had to have a documented case? Like, what is like the expiration for that they wouldn't have to quarantine?
It's 90 days it's 90 days. So I mean, there's gonna be people that have it, that had it way back, that they still will have to quarantine.
Okay. And then, just because I don't often remember what I did yesterday, let alone in November, when you said the middle school will be similar, the scheduling will be similar to November, if my memory serves, that was more like a 1, 2, 3 on Monday, 4, 5, 6 on the next day. And are we going back to that just to minimize transition times?
That is correct. That is what I was referring to. And yes, they'll be teaching in larger chunks, reducing the number of transitions, also the number of exposure that they will have throughout the day. And our administrators will be sending out, the schedules, some specifics as this all gets unrolled. We'll be sharing with our staff officially. And obviously, our leadership team knows what the presentation was going to be, and the preparations and whatnot have begun. And obviously, it needs to be approved to move forward, but they know their next steps if it does get approved this evening.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's all I have for right this second.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Kirby, yes, thank you for your excellent presentation. But you brought up about the vaccines, and I'm so happy to hear that. If I can ask you a question that I wrote down while you were speaking earlier, what is the percentage of our team that has chosen to receive the vaccinations up to this point?
Yeah. So Jim, Steve, that's really a data point that we have not asked. So what we did ask our staff 3 or 4 weeks ago now, on behalf of Oakland County Health Division that we meet with every Thursday. They don't have a mechanism to understand how many people in the county that were teachers had the vaccine. So at that point, it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we did survey our staff anonymously to say, have you been able to get the first shot? If you haven't gotten the first shot, do you have an appointment for the first shot, or are you choosing to not get the vaccination? So there was like 5 or 6 questions, but that was what we were trying to get out of it. And when we got that information back, we then reported that information to the Oakland County Health Division. And what it came out as is those individuals that aspired to get the vaccination have been able to get an appointment or the vaccination process going. And those that just chose not to get it, they just weren't going to get it. So we aren't going to ask as an employer, and we aren't requiring as an employer that they get the vaccination.
And I realize that as an employer, but since you brought it up, that the team was happily being vaccinated, I thought I really wanted to know the percentage if we had, without interfering with personal HIPAA laws and so forth. I understand that, I get that, but since it was brought up, I felt it was very important for the board and the public to have some kind of idea of what the teachers specifically there around the children, what percentage, if we could, especially if you did a survey. So it's another level of comfort with the anxiety that we have in the community. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, and I'm glad you surfaced it, because it was really important in our teacher thought exchange and the discussions that I have on Mondays with our staff, and we felt very good about the information that we received as far as our staff being able to have access to the vaccine. Our staff has been very vigilant. Those that have wanted to get it, they've figured it out.
Good. Other questions? Yes, Birgit.
Well, this is working out well. Everyone's asking part of my questions, so my list keeps getting shorter. Ben, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the details. Help me understand a part of your thought process in this as we move forward. This has been a difficult year for you to plan all this out, and there's so many spectrum ideas as to how we should proceed. Help me understand what brought you to the middle school schedule that you proposed tonight, because and I'm more looking at the fact that we went right from a hybrid to an all day every day. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say all day every day. It is a little bit shortened, right? I think it's like an hour shorter from their traditional schedule. So help me understand the thought process that went through arriving where we're at.
I guess I would go back to, this is where we were. This is where we were in November, and we felt that we had the ability to implement this successfully. Our numbers are much lower than they were in November. The social emotional needs that the children have at the middle level and the inconsistencies of the hybrid schedule was definitely a challenge. We know that it was difficult staff-wise, and you'll find some staff that love the hybrid and other staff that didn't like the fact they had to do the asynchronous lessons. I mean, it's a lot. That's a big ask. So there was a lot that went into it. Ultimately, we are as far as a traditional schedule, we're just shy of an hour is where we are at. The lunches can be accomplished successfully at the middle level, spacing out. And this is really the plan that when we talk with our leadership team as far as getting this implemented, you know, they're in line. We talked, you know, they're comfortable with where this is at, and we believe this is the best for our students moving forward. And with the density is going to increase, but we do feel like the density is still going to be at a manageable level in most of the situations.
So with that thought process, with the increase in density, but we've also are, and I may not quite be accurate on this, and John and Rick and your whole cabinet can put into this. We've done a lot of things, for lack of a better word, I'll say, to mitigate the risk, including filters and including certain things in the building that I think are different now than they were in the fall. Would that be a true statement?
I guess, John, you're nodding your head yes, so maybe.
Yeah, to the extent we've got improved HVAC capacity, just in time and construction time and renovation time, and then improved filters. All the filters from the beginning of the school year, early in the fall to now, have all been upgraded and are better at filtering out. So to that extent, it's a little different, but for the most part, functionality is pretty much as is.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's right. And the one thing I guess I can't emphasize enough, and I mean, we've seen it, whether we like it or we don't, according to the science, the masks, again, like it or not, they say, you know, upper 90% as far as both people wearing them, not, you know, transmitting in schools, and there hasn't been a lot of transmission in schools. And so again, like on that last slide, we continue to implement all those mitigation strategies. I think we're going to be very successful.
So to push this whole thought process through, take it from the middle school to the high school, staying the same with the hybrid schedule, exactly the same. Can you help me understand then why we're there with the high school schedule as opposed to increasing their in-person time, maybe even a full day hybrid schedule?
Right, and that's there's a couple different thought processes as far as moving forward, but the bottom line is it has to do with density. You know, we're talking a significantly larger group of students. The whole lunch piece, and we've been pushing and we've been talking and we've been going over there. I know there's been a lot of work trying to figure out, you know, how can we get, you know, X number of kids in a lunch, and they've looked at different spaces. At this point, we don't feel that there's a successful plan that we can implement to have lunch and not be inside of 6 feet. And so with that, we're not going to put our students in that situation. So if you look at the schedule that we're at right now, you know, as far as looking at into April, there's really two things you can do. One is you bring back all students in the same schedule that we're at right now. Or you, like you just said, you stay in a hybrid but go all day, and that's really the other option. I mean, that's really one of those two options are really how we're going to have to proceed. If the numbers continue to get better or maintain the same, I'm very confident that our high school staff will be able to figure this out, and we'll be able to come up with a recommendation to keep our kids safe. But at this point, you know, in the middle of the third quarter, and the class is also, you know, going on a transcript, I think it's just very important to proceed the way that we are.
Are there any concerns? And you just alluded to it earlier a little bit about spring break and the advice being for consistency, right? For that reason, going to spring break, you want to keep a consistent schedule. But are there concerns? Is there a message that you want to emphasize the students and parents about coming back and doing the right thing? I've heard, and I'm trying to be polite in the way I ask it and say, because I've had people express concern to me about how there's a large number of people going to Florida. Everyone's got cabin fever. And there's some concern from some people about that, and people coming back and doing the right thing, so to speak.
Right, and I think we got to look. You know, I mean, a lot of people are going to go to places that have a more a better COVID positive rate than what we do in Michigan. You know, so the other piece is, you know, we just had a break, you know, and there were people that traveled over that break. You know, we recognize that, and we know that, you know, those individuals that are traveling internationally, there's some discussion around the CDC and OCH, Oakland County Health Division. They may come out with a recommendation that those that travel internationally quarantine themselves upon return. But the thing we have to keep in mind is those people that are traveling internationally, in most cases, in order to come back to the United States, they have to take a COVID test to get back in. Now, it's a 2-day window, so I guess inevitably they could get sick in that, you know, that 2-day window and become infectious. But the bottom line is the fear that was out there about Thanksgiving, New Year's, the religious holidays didn't really come to fruition. And it's not to poo-poo the potential threat, but it wasn't recognized. So I think we have to look at what has happened to learn how we can move forward and not be fearful that it might happen when we've seen that it hasn't multiple times.
Right. To shift the thought process now a little bit into the schedule and the concern about, and you did say you felt like this was enough time for parents to adjust to the new schedule. I would also like to think that the schedule that you're presenting is more in line with normal schedule. So I would hope the adjustments would be smoother all along the way for everyone. And then this is just for this year, right? We haven't even, we're dreaming about next year still, right? I mean, we're scheduling. I know Heidi's got all the irons in the fire for scheduling, but
we're scheduling for normal school next year, yes. And we are very close. So when we chose our start times in that, if you look at the elementary start times, they're the same or, you know, within minutes. And part of that was about the families, because I can't imagine, and I know it's been very difficult for families. If we were to adjust it a half an hour, that it might as well be 3 hours, because it just totally messes up their whole morning routine. You know, and we recognize that there might be an impact on the other end, but at the same time, at least it's not on both ends. And we do, the thing that we've recognized is that our families are very committed to, you know, our children's education as we are, and together we'll figure out how to make it happen. And we do feel like the amount of time we're given will allow people to, you know, make the adjustments. With that said, we have to keep in mind that carpooling is, you know, something too that is a, you know, potential concern for quarantining and all of that. So people got to keep that in mind too. So.
And then to wrap up my personal questions here, I would love to see students be surveyed somehow, whether a thought exchange would be included in that. I would just, especially for high school, I would just love to know what they're thinking and what their input is as decisions are made for them. It would be interesting to hear their input.
You know, philosophically, Birgit, I really agree with you. And we've actually had some discussions with high school administration, we being Mark and I, and I'm not sure if other cabinet have been approached about it or not, but we have directly. We do feel like at the high school level that there's a lot to learn from what they see. You know, we've looked at flexible scheduling in the past, for example. It would be great to hear what they're thinking about, you know, the schedule and how this has impacted them and what are some silver linings that we need to consider. The one thing we didn't want to do is do it while we had this out there with staff and community, because we didn't want to muddy it up. And what we're looking for from that group is what to really grasp onto and move forward, not necessarily make our decision in the next month.
I can certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Birgit. Other questions about the current version of our plan moving forward? I think Ben covered it pretty thoroughly. I'd just like to say, to add how happy I am to see more face-to-face time for the students in this district, and I'm confident that we're moving in that direction in a large way. So, thank you for everybody's work on making this happen, and I know I speak on behalf of many in this community. So we'll move on to our discussion around the International Academy Consortium Agreement. the amendment to that agreement. And Ben?
Yes, thank you. It was provided in advance for everybody to take a look at. Just a little bit of background, and I know that our new board members have the actual amendment, so that they had the actual agreement, so they had a baseline to start from. And we did share that with everybody if people wanted to take a look at that. But these amendments have been reviewed, by multiple attorneys, and I've actually talked with an attorney outside of Mr. Collins, who was part of putting it together, as well as two superintendents about the amendments and the changes. Talked with the cabinet about it. There was a few questions that we had. I did surface those questions, and we've got answers to those questions that satisfy me moving forward. I don't have any concern about the amendments. And I just wanted to share, I wasn't intending to go through the entire document. I know there was a few questions. I think we addressed those, but I'm open to taking some questions if necessary.
Are there any questions about the amendment?
I do, Ben. I just wanted to follow up with you, and if you, I appreciate that you are supportive of the addendum that's presented in here, and just wondered if you had the opportunity to, I'm assuming you did, the entire contract, or as it's called, the International Academy Agreement, as was presented last summer. And this is an addendum to that. And I feel like this addendum doesn't go far enough to the inadequacies of the contract. And just, could you expand a little more on what makes you more comfortable?
Well, this isn't about the original, I guess just to go back, the original agreement probably does need some work. But as far as addressing the immediate needs, and this wasn't about one or two districts that didn't sign on, they didn't get like everything that they were hoping for, and that's what's in this. Because I did ask that question because I needed to get a little bit of an understanding. When I was in South Lyon, we dealt with this, obviously this agreement, because we were part of a consortium as well. And I know there's been a lot of progress with it. I know the last 3 meetings they've had, things have gone much better. I know there's still an interest in the whole agreement, really taking a look at it and making it better. And I think that this process has kind of surfaced that. And so I think it will get better, but I don't think that not supporting these particular amendments that are specific is worth holding up, because we think that the whole contract that the district agreed to and the other districts agreed to needs some work.
So I just want to say, I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression that I think the International Academy is a gem in our county. And I think what it offers our students is absolutely incredible opportunity. There's a super high achieving school, ranking #1 often in the state and in the top 10 or at least top 40 within the nation. So I don't have any problem with International Academy as it stands. And I always look at this through the eyes of what I feel is in the best interest of Lake Orion. And I just feel like it's a very weak contract, and I had concerns about it. So I just wanted to make sure people understood I'm all for International Academy.
Are you talking about the amendments, or are you talking about the overall agreement?
The overall agreement.
Okay, which the board approved in June, I think, correct?
I was the lone no vote, but the board did agree, did approve.
Yes.
Right, understood.
Steve, you had a question?
Thanks, Jim. My question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ben, would it be safe to say that this will get another look following the amendments, should the superintendents believe that it needs a refashioning as an agreement that serves all the districts?
Yes, definitely. And like I mentioned, a lot has been surfaced through this whole process, whether there's negatives or positives. This is one of the positives that comes out of it, is that we need to continue to make this better. It is a great program, and it's on everybody's radar.
Okay, that's good.
And can I make one more clarification?
Sure.
Ben, this contract, as I understand it, is now on a yearly renewal. So we'll be looking at it again next year. Is that true?
You know what, to be honest with you, I would have to look at that, and that'll be an item that I'll get back with you on, Birgit, as far as I know I have it here, and Julie will probably be looking at the point in time, but I do believe it expires at the end of this year, but I'm not 100% sure.
I know the old one expires this year, so the new one takes over, which is what the two outstanding districts are functioning under the old, and all the other consortium districts are functioning.
That's my recollection, yeah.
So as they move forward with the new contract, I was hoping that it would get a routine review. Then that would be comforting, actually, to know that that's going to be constantly in review.
Sure.
Okay, other questions? Okay, so we'll move on to, thank you, Ben. We'll move on to the policy committee report, and we have a couple of items for second reading this evening.
We do, and that's actually the good news for you all, because the in-depth presentation was 2 weeks ago, and I am not going to go through it like I did 2 weeks ago. Aren't you all happy? And I'm happy to entertain any questions if anybody's thought of anything since then that they wanted to bring up, but we are voting on it tonight. So.
Okay. I don't hear any questions, so that's great. Thank you. So we'll move on to student achievement, and Heidi, please.
All right, a couple things this evening. We have been waiting in regard to state testing. Well, that just came out that there is going to be some flexibility in state testing. It just came out, so I have yet to go through all of the fine details, but the federal government has enlisted this flexibility, and now the state has to go through and apply for the flexibility, allowing, we know for sure that it looks like it is not going to count toward our accountability. It looks like we will have a little bit more additional time. It also looks like we may be able to have the test done remotely. So again, I need to go through all of the fine details, but the good news is there is going to be flexibility allowed, and the state has to now work on applying for those waivers, and then we'll see what we do regarding the district. The timeline is a little tight, at least in my opinion. So we'll be doing this, as quickly as we can going through this. But again, this just came out this week. And so the federal government has taken action, and now we need to wait for the state. But at least we're going to be provided some flexibility. So that is good news. And as I reported last time, we have already gone through and done our WIDA testing, which is for our students who speak a second language. So, we have some schedules down and some things that worked and some things that didn't work. So we're fully preparing, moving forward with the testing, but are happy that there will be some flexibility. So more to come on that. And then moving on to regarding the bond. Today we did tour a district, an elementary school in South Lyon for Blanche Sims. As you're aware, that design committee is on tour right now, going to several different elementaries throughout the state just to get some ideas and to learn what has worked in these new buildings, and of course what has not worked as well. So today we had a visit, and then I think Friday we have 2 more. So we have a few more coming up, but Blanche Sims met today. Tomorrow is not typically a bond day, but it is going to be tomorrow. We're really trying to wrap up a few things. And so tomorrow, one of the things we will be meeting with some of the buildings on is office furnishings. So the other exciting news, if you have not been by ECC and Orion Oaks, we have our new marquee. I think it looks fabulous. And so Mark has been working with the buildings on getting staff, office staff trained on how to work the marquee because it is digital. So, you know, we've been wanting that for a long time. And so to finally see that this week has been great. So all of the buildings throughout the district will eventually get that marquee. They'll be matching. And so we're very excited about that. Soon you will be, hopefully we'll be coming to you some bids regarding the furniture. We are out to bid right now. And so those will be coming. I think they're due actually in April, if I remember correctly. Also March 10th, we have a tour that is being planned for ECC. Again, to show you the progress that has been made there. So lots of exciting things coming up there. And then Mark has been hard at work this week with our learning highlights. So I know that he has some information to share so that you can see what is happening throughout the districts in and out of our classrooms. So thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, so we're going to make this work this time. Okay, we got a couple different things here. We're going to start with some music. Let's see if we can do this. This is a Scripps student. Let's see if we can hear this. Y'all hear that music? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Great. Okay, this is a Scripps student named Samuel, and he wrote a jazz composition called Groovy Groundhogs. This is the name of his group there. He did the piano. Another Scripps student named Josh did the alto sax, and Carson did the tenor sax. So it's really exciting that we got a couple different pieces that Dr. Haas shared with us from Scripps, which is really cool to see some of the talents that they've taken. And this is even outside of school, you know, in a virtual setting, and they've found ways to, you know, accomplish that. So that's really fun. And now I'll go into the learning highlights. Okay, can you all see my screen there? Okay, so in terms of the highlights here, at the high school, they had a competition. Michelle Curitin, who's our LCS Diversity and Equity Coordinator, asked all of the staff at the high school to kind of do their doors and represent Black history for Black History Month. And there's been so many. There's been, I think, 15 or 16. And you can see all of the different opportunities here with the different, we have this on our website where all of the doors in a news story you can see on our website where they're all, but the creativity was amazing, and Michelle has captured them and been sharing them on social media, which has been great. And another, for Black History Month, also one of our assistant principals at the high school, Vernon Burden, has been sharing every day on social media as well, different Black History Month opportunities and seeing what, you know, the impact of people within and historical people within our country, which has been great as well. We'll go on to the next one. The Socratic seminars. This is Kelsey Fisher at Lake Orion High School. Socratic seminars are student-led discussions that they prepare ahead of time by organizing their thoughts, identifying important lines from texts, and drafting discussion questions. The most recent was a chapter in the book they were reading, A Whole New Mind, and discussed the importance of empathy. And so they brought evidence from the book, and they had an additional article to support their discussions. At Paint Creek, third graders, teachers Heidi Boyer, Teresa Bronzik, and Daniel Matar talked. They had an award-winning author, Ellen Potter, who spoke to them, and obviously that you can see their little thank you signs there on the bottom, and it's really cool because our teachers are finding ways to connect and give opportunities that may, you know, this author probably couldn't even come to the school, but virtually now everyone's so adept with it, it's really become a great opportunity. Also at the high school, Haley Kornberger, in terms of science, she started a biology unit with populations, and they were using the science flex materials that she won at the MSTA. So the students got to discover how different animals and their teeth are an example of adaptation. Bill Fromm, who's the art teacher at Orion Oaks, he taught note-taking to, this is Shelby Watts's class, and they had all different kinds of things. And he tried to show different subject matters of teachers and professors and kind of how he takes notes in an artistic way, and tried to show them how they can note things properly. And they can also play with shapes and symbols, showing contrasting different parts. Char Fromm, who's a foreign language teacher at Walden, she had her Spanish classes talking and playing different modes of a GIM-kit to practice vocabulary concepts. This is one of our virtual teachers, Kate Ventimiglia. She had her second grade Darien virtual students practicing their rulers to measure centimeters and inches. Renee Mucci and Pam Kyle at Weber Elementary, they dealt with telegraphs and Morse code, and they were fourth graders, so they learned for science. This is actually, I popped into this class last week, and Jessica Kropag, the art teacher, you can see her in the upper right and the bottom left. She worked with the students, and she had them make their own designs, and then they rolled the paper of their own designs and then glued them on in different fashions, which was really a cool example. Obviously, everyone knows about Perseverance, the Mars landing circumstance that has happened, and it's gotten a lot of attention from NASA and around the country. And so Melissa Burnt at Weber, her first grade engineers designed rockets and rovers in honor of the landing, and they did that on the day of the landing, which was a really cool experience. And we had 100th day celebrations throughout the elementary schools. I saw them at Orion Oaks with Janet Thorpe and Tammy Freeman and Laura Conforti at Carpenter, and this is at Blanche Sims with Stephanie Winter and Taylor McElvey, and this is their students. You know, it's always an interesting thing. This is something I learned when I came to education. It's probably been happening for a long time. They say it's the 100th day, and so some kids have their collections of the little 100 whatever they've gathered, but they also take it to this as if they're 100 years old, and how they think old people get 100 years old. So we get a lot of the curlers and the old glasses and the, you know, the dresses and the guy with the kid with the hair and the bow tie. I wish I had some of that gray hair, but I don't even have that. So, you know, it's exciting, and it's great to see all these different things that are happening, especially now that our students are back in person. So I don't know if there's any questions. Very good. Yeah.
It's not a question. I just love that you called them first grade engineers.
Yeah, well, you know, what's been really nice about these learning highlights, I will say, is the teachers and the staff have been great. The principals have shared lessons and things that have been happening. And when I follow up with the teachers, they're glad to explain the lessons and tell me what's happening so that I can share with you. So really, and if you've noticed, you know, we're sharing the teachers' names because they deserve credit for creating the lessons, implementing the lessons, and we want them to be recognized for what they're doing.
All right, others for Mark. Thanks for bringing that to us, Mark. It gives, again, it brings us back in touch with what we're really doing here. And I greatly appreciate that from you each time you bring us something new. Heidi, did you have anything further? Okay, great. All right, do we have a curriculum committee report tonight? We do not. Okay.
We do not. We meet next week.
Great. All right. So we'll move on. Human resources, and Rick, please.
Nothing out of the ordinary or new, other than I am happy to announce that we have come to a TA with our secretarial group. So
Great.
I have a closed session scheduled with you folks the next time we get together. Just by way of reference, we started that process about this time a year ago. And due to the pandemic and the inability to get together and meet and so forth, we had to do a contract extension. But very excited about the outcome and looking forward to sharing that information with you folks on the 10th.
Great. Thanks to them and to you. All right. We'll move on to a Superintendent Evaluation Committee report. The Superintendent Evaluation Committee met with Ben this week. And I'm going to turn it over to Ben to give us a brief overview of what he shared with us. We talked earlier about our process, and this is just a step in the process, is a touch point along the way for Ben to update the committee and then bring that overview to the entire board. So I'll turn it over to Ben.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jim. And this will be brief. Our meeting was an hour, so just to give you some perspective of our discussion, but just some overall very large pieces of this. The first goal, the safe learning environment to meet student needs. We talked about the details around the regular cycles of communications that we use with our leadership groups within the district, and then also some of the new partnerships and tools that we've utilized this year to create plans and to support our students, which also includes students with IEPs and those that haven't been engaged during the pandemic. We are working in a program that is going to impact 110 kids that we wouldn't have had otherwise. We also talked about some of the work that's been undertaken by the district to feed students and support students with their social emotional needs, which has been extensive. We looked at how the district has used technology to advance and support student learning, and then some of the training and the fact that we have smart boards in some of our buildings now, and certainly the acquisition of the one-to-one devices were discussed in that area as well. The second goal area really was around communications, and in that we discussed the communications cadence and the expectations that we've implemented this year, and then also some examples of the communications and some of the connections that we've made outside of the district. And then the fact that you guys get regular board updates and the different communications that we utilize to keep you up to date on the happenings of the district. Also, the information around various constituent groups that I communicate with regularly. You guys hear about that. Seems like quite a bit with these extended COVID plans, but there's really 8 to 10 hours each week that's completely dedicated to COVID and the communications that we're doing, people within and also outside of the district. As far as finances, which was our third big goal area, we discussed the progress around the board's fund balance goal, and then also looked at some pretty detailed examples of the district's utilization of the CARES and the ESSER funds. I've heard John talk about that quite a bit, and in the document I provided, I listed out some pretty specific items that we have purchased, but really it stems around the PPE and some of the staffing costs, a lot of the staffing costs, frankly, some of the technology that we've been able to purchase, the cleaning supplies and the different units that we've looked at, specific salaries, and then some other approved expenses. So we went through those big three areas, and that was an overview, but you certainly have the itemized document that I provided to the committee as well. So those were the areas we talked about.
So any questions for Ben? Just to frame this, again, this is a touch point along the way, and that this will lead us to the evaluation that we will do later in the spring. Scott, you had a question.
I just wanted to make a comment that I was very impressed with the thoroughness of Ben's document. Like he said, we did go through it for an hour. And there was just a lot of things that I wanted to see for a long time that were there, as far as one of the things was him asking for feedback, but he's giving specific questions as to, what has he done? What has he done good? What has he done bad? And what kind of advice can you give him? I mean, to me, that's the kind of leader that we want. That's the kind of leader that we need. And I'm glad that's the kind of leader we hired.
Thank you, Scott. Others? All right. Hearing none, we will look forward to the evaluation later on and have a chance to implement what we learned earlier today. So moving on, business and finance. John, please.
In the board pack is the January general fund budgetary or general fund financial report highlights. I'll give you a couple of updates on, but not too much. I think I've brought a lot of numbers information forward tonight, so is not to bury any more people under the weight of the numbers. So in the January report, revenue recognized is just a little over $40 million, and expenditures recognized at about $40.5 million. From a cash position, we're very solid. Our general fund as of January, our general cash position is 12.4 million, and in June we're now forecasting a little over 9 million in a cash position. One other thing that's not on the agenda I'd like to make mention of is that tomorrow we'll be closing on a refunding of our 2013 energy bond. So for board recollection, back in 2013, the board authorized a energy bond to do some specific work down at Shirk and some other sites. And that bond, we had an opportunity to refinance it, and we are actually closing on the process tomorrow. The balance, the outstanding bond refinance was just a little over $3.5 million. The interest rate was materially lowered. It's down to a 0.86%. We also shortened the debt service, and the present value savings was over 14% at $461,000. It's a smaller bond, so I don't think I brought it up in a prior meeting as an informational. Usually, we do the big refundings. It's always important news, but I thought I'd bring that up and while it was finalizing tomorrow. Any questions?
Good. That's great news. Okay, questions for John?
I have a comment more than a question. One of my notes is, you always have this nice write-up prior to your actual documents with the numbers, and I couldn't help but notice in part of it from a statement from Governor Whitmer's budget that talks about how 28 community colleges are still getting money from the school aid fund, and I'm to the tune of 434.7 million. And I just wondered, is there any hope of stopping that?
There's always hope, but to quote a famous football coach, hope is not a strategy.
Right.
So, I mean, that's only half of it. The other 400 million is going to the universities, the public universities.
Right.
Like Michigan needs the extra $32 million.
They don't.
Nice, fits nice with their $1 billion plus endowment fund, but
right.
That always open. It comes up as a hot topic now and then. Maybe at some point when they restructure. Ben, do you have any more to add to that?
Yeah, sorry. That is one of the legislative priorities that we have as the Oakland County Superintendents Association, is the whole funding piece is, and that's part of it. So just know that it is on our radar.
That particular line item is on your legislative priorities?
Yeah, that's a real challenge. Yes.
Fantastic. I love hearing that.
Yeah. If I could just preach for 15 more seconds. The
Sure.
$900 million that comes out of the school aid fund to pay our universities and our community colleges, both of which have the power to levy a tuition, which we do not have that equivalency power. That $900 billion would go a long way to paying an annual debt service on a $15 billion bond that would make the operating deficit or the deficit in the retirement fund go away, which would reduce our 27.37% retirement rate for every dollar we pay down to maybe 10%. So if you really want to fund the schools, issue the bond.
Go, John.
John.
Sorry, I'm just getting tired. It's getting late.
John with a mic.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for John? All right. Thank you, John. So we'll move on to public participation. I know that we have a few people online, and I'd ask if you are here for public participation, if you'd raise your hand. Julie, do we have anybody?
I'm watching the screen to see if I see any hands, and as of now, I do not.
Okay.
I'll give it another minute in case.
All right.
Oh, I have one.
Okay.
All right, so Nicole Gabbardeel, I believe is how she pronounces her name.
Okay.
I am going to promote you to be able to talk.
Okay. Public participation. The board is here to listen. We do not respond, and we have a 5-minute time limit, and we welcome your comments.
Okay, I think I'm being heard.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. I just had a question similar to Birgit McQuestion's question, and I know you can't answer, but in looking at the middle school schedule, with arrival time at 7:55 a.m. and dismissal at 2:10 p.m. or 2:10 p.m. That is over 6 hours at school. And the hours that you proposed, those students would only be going to 3 classes plus lunch. Currently, middle school students are in class from 7:30 until 12:15, which is a much shorter day, and they attend all 6 classes. So I know there were concerns about cleaning time and keeping the exposure down where they're not in all 6 classes at once. But I have serious concerns about students being able to pay attention in a class for that long as 10, 11, 12, and 13-year-old students. They're quite young to be attending block classes. And a lot of teachers are used to the hybrid model where there's an asynchronous day. And if the classes go back to meeting every other day, there really isn't time the next day for students to do asynchronous assignments for hours 1, 2, 3, because they'll be in school full time attending 4, 5, 6. But it's really the 6 hours plus in a classroom and only in a school and only going to 3 classes. It just doesn't compute for me. Even if you have lunch for a half hour, that's like almost 2-hour classes. That's more of a college schedule. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Are there any others, Julie?
Yes, looks like I have one more. Michelle Collins. I will promote her to be able to talk.
I had 5.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I just had a couple comments to make. I'm parent of a high schooler and a middle schooler. Of course, I'm happy to see that middle school is going back, to more of a normal day schedule and having lunch. But I have concerns about high school already, that they're there for a significant amount of time without access to food or water. And they have to make a decision to leave class instruction to get nourishment, or, they're out of luck. I don't feel it's right to make them choose between, getting a snack to sustain through the whole day or missing class instruction. And I know that that's a large school, and the commons areas where they have to go aren't necessarily close to where their classes are at. I also wanted to mention that I am concerned about the fact that there doesn't seem to be a plan. I want to understand what the metrics are that we're trying to get towards. If we keep saying the student population is too high in the high school, and that is the driver of why we can't get back, it's not going to change. So what is our plan going forward? Unless parents start pulling their kids out and putting them in other districts or schools, this is what we've got. So we need to figure it out, because I don't understand how waiting till April or May or next September is going to change anything. Especially if we're saying, well, we want people to get vaccinated, but we don't know the rates, and Steve, I heard you ask that question, and I think that's something we need to be aware of too, especially for the staff. So I'm becoming quite frustrated just with the fact that I don't feel like I understand what the plan is going forward with that. If that's really what the cause is, I want to know what is our plan going forward? Are we looking at other facilities? Are we looking at renting other classroom space in order to get these kids back in? Because that population is not going to change for us to be able to go back to normal by waiting. And I also wanted to mention that I hope there is a plan to let parents know at least early enough before the 2021-2022 school year starts, that if we are continuing this way, especially in the high school, that we have enough time, because I think a lot of people are considering other alternatives. These are critical years for the kids, whether they're going to college, vocational school, or just going right into the workforce. And I think there's more opportunity at an elementary or middle school level to make that up. But in high school, this is it. And I just feel the kids are being cheated. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julie, are there any others?
No, I do not see any additional hands at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. So move on to action items. And may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'm going to do it. I'm just trying to scroll to it. I move to approve the following consent agenda items. Approve minutes from the February 10th regular and February 4th, 2021 policy committee meetings.
Support.
Is there support? Yes.
I do
Thank you,
support.
Steve. Okay, Julie?
Ms. Brissette,
Yes.
Mr. Dracos,
Yes.
Ms. Flaherty,
Yes.
Ms. McQuiston,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Weedman.
Yes. Consent agenda is approved. We'll move on. May I have a motion to approve the policy revisions?
I move to approve the proposed revisions for board policies 2210, 2412, 2414, 3362.01, 4162, 5335, 6107, 8210, 8400, 8462, 8600, 6114, and 6325 as presented.
Thank you. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you. Julie, please.
Ms. Brissette,
Yes.
Mr. Dracos,
Yes.
Ms. Flaherty,
Yes.
Ms. McQuiston,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Weedman.
Yes. Motion to approve the policy revisions is passed. Let's go to, may I have a motion to adopt International Academy Consortium Agreement Amendment Resolution?
Yes. I'm sorry. I would move to adopt a resolution to support the amended International Academy Agreement as presented.
Thank you. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you. Julie, please.
Ms. Brissette,
Yes.
Mr. Dracos,
Yes.
Ms. Flaherty,
Yes.
Ms. McQuiston,
No.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Weedman.
Yes. The motion to adopt the International Academy Consortium Agreement Amendment Resolution is approved. May I have a motion to approve the extended COVID-19 learning plan? Anybody can take a shot at it.
I don't have it.
Mr. Weedman, I'm sorry, somebody already proceeded with that.
No, go ahead.
I would move to have this presentation of the COVID plan as, I'm sorry, I got the reading difficulty. And so I'm just going to indicate it from my memory from reading it prior to today's meeting. The said motion be approved as presented.
Would it be helpful if I did a screen share of the motion?
I have it. I
Okay.
move to approve the LOCS extended COVID-19 learning plan update for February in compliance with Public Act 149, Section 98A as presented.
Thank you. Steve, you want to support that?
I would support that. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. All right, Julie, please.
Okay, Ms. Brissette,
Yes.
Mr. Dracos,
Yes.
Ms. Flaherty,
Yes.
Ms. McQuiston,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Weedman.
Yes. The extended COVID-19 learning plan is approved. So we'll move on to recap and next steps. Ben?
The item I picked up on was the expiration of the Academy's contract. So I will get that information and get that out to the board so that you are aware when that does expire.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so we'll move to closing comments and we'll begin with Rick.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick. John?
Nothing further either. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi, please.
Yeah, just a reminder that Early Childhood Center night is March 4th, 4 to 7. That's at CERC. So again, we're beginning registration. So all that information is on the website. In addition, postcards will be mailed out throughout the district as we gear up for our early childhood registration. So, and kindergarten online registration is beginning in March as well. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ben?
I just wanted to say thanks to Cabinet for your preparation and for the school of choice and enrollment and the budget and all the work that went into that. I know it's been mentioned multiple times by this group on the amount of work that goes into it. And it's significant, and I can't thank you guys enough for your work on that. Thanks, Mark, for addressing the board committees on the website already. I see that that's taken care of, so thanks. And just wanted to acknowledge the success of our extended COVID-19 plans that we've had in the district, and we have had a lot of success, flat out due to the great staff that we have and their implementation and their passion for our kids. And I know that we will be successful moving forward, and we've got this, and we will do a great job with our students.
Great, thank you, Ben. Danielle?
Yep, just kind of echoing what Ben said. Thank you so much, Ben and Cabinet, for all the presentations today, and of course, all your thoughtful work that goes into all of this, and to our staff and parents and students for hanging in there and being willing to be flexible as, we all kind of figure this out together. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Jake?
Just want to thank everybody for their preparations.
All right.
It was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Thanks, Jim. Danielle said it very well, and I thank you, Danielle, but all the presentations were excellent. But specifically, I wrote down during Mr. Arnett's, Rick's presentation. Rick, thank you. It was very detailed. People don't realize the research that goes into the numbers that you've studied, whether you agree with them or not. The numbers don't lie, but yet you had to do the research. You had to contact people, the parents, people in the community, and I know you answered a lot of questions, and I thank you, sir. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Steve. Birgit?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I echo it. I wrote my comments down. I appreciate the work that went into tonight's board meeting from everyone, Ben and your cabinet, Julie, Mark, my fellow board members. This was a whopper of a meeting with a ton of information. Thank you to everyone for all you put into it on behalf of the district. And yeah, kudos to our staff that are boots on the ground making it happen. It's amazing what they do every day for our students. I want to bring up something for future planning. As you know, tonight was loaded, and what didn't fit into this agenda was some basic board work that I had asked Jim about a month ago. And that would include revisiting our committee structure, taking a look at our committee charges and what we're doing. And so I'm hoping that can be done at a future workshop. And I did not look at the schedule after June. I only looked at our schedule till June. I do not see a workshop in there anywhere. We usually have one in May, and there is not one on our schedule. So hoping that whenever we do have a workshop, that things like that could be included. I also just want to say that I attended MASB's Winter Institute this past weekend. That the keynote speakers were excellent on Friday, and I did take a few classes. And I just want to point out our new trustee Danielle took some classes this weekend too. And I want everybody to know that she finished her level 1 classes within 3 months. And that
That's
is
great.
pretty outstanding work.
That's
so
great.
kudos to you, Danielle.
All right, thank you, Birgit. Susan.
I agree with everything that everyone has already said. Everybody said it very eloquently already. I appreciate everyone's hard work and looking forward to getting more and more of our kids back in school and back in face-to-face learning.
Great, thank you. Scott.
I think everybody said it. I have nothing else.
Great, thank you. Very productive meeting. Many thanks to all the people who made this meeting as productive as it was, including this board, and for all your great questions and thoughtful approaches to all these issues that we have to tackle on an ongoing basis. So on that basis, good night. This meeting's adjourned.